Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. They decided to remodel the theatre over the summer before my senior year. They painted everything, including that backstage wall. They painted right over the chalk circle. I remember thinking it was a little sad in a way, like they were painting over history, even if it was just a dumb superstition. But after that, things started to get weird. The first sign was the janitor. Old Mr. Henderson had been at the school forever, and he was never afraid of anything. But he started refusing to clean the theatre at night. He'd just do a quick sweep in the afternoon and lock up before the sun went down. He wouldn't talk about why, just got real quiet if you asked. Then props started acting up. You'd be in the theatre, totally alone, and you'd hear this banging coming from the prop closet. Not like something fell over, but like someone was inside, hitting the walls. You'd open the door, and everything would be perfectly in place, but sometimes a specific prop, something we needed for rehearsal, would just be gone. We'd tear the whole place apart looking for it, and then the next day, it would be right back where it was supposed to be, like it never moved. The big one, the thing that made my skin crawl, was the shadow. A few people on the crew said they'd seen it, a dark, human-shaped blur that would appear on the stage for a second when the house lights were down and then vanish. I never saw it myself, not at first. I thought they were just letting the stories get to them. I got curious, I guess. A little scared, too. I started digging around in the school archives, old yearbooks and newspaper clippings. That's when I found it. A kid, a senior, back in the 1980s. He was supposed to be the lead in the spring musical. He died in a car accident on his way to the theatre for opening night. His name was Alex. Reading that, seeing his picture, a guy with a goofy smile just like any of us, it made the whole ghost thing feel a lot more real. It wasn't just a story anymore, it was a person. Our show, the one I was directing, was coming up. It was a big deal, the final production for the seniors, and as we got closer to opening night, the weirdness ramped up. It felt targeted. The tech glitches were the worst. The soundboard would cut out for no reason. A microphone that was working perfectly fine during the afternoon rehearsal would just die during the show. The lights started having a mind of their own. They'd flicker, or a spotlight would swing when no one was near the control board. It was disruptive and frustrating, and it was starting to scare the cast. We'd have to stop rehearsals because someone was crying backstage, convinced they'd seen something move in the rafters. Closing night was the peak of it all. We'd gotten through the performance somehow. The audience was applauding, the cast was taking their bows, and then it was time to bring up the house lights so everyone could leave. The house lights wouldn't come on. The stage manager, Sarah, was frantically flipping switches on the board. Nothing. The stage was lit, but the auditorium was pitch black. You could hear the audience getting restless, a low murmur of confusion in the darkness. We tried the manual override. Nothing. It was like the power to those specific lights had been severed. A cold dread settled in my stomach. This wasn't a glitch. This felt intentional. The cast and crew were huddled in the wings, their faces pale in the dim work lights. They were looking to me, the director, to fix it. But I couldn't fix a ghost. The thought just popped into my head, clear as day. This is him. This is Alex. I made a decision right then. It was probably stupid, but I was desperate. I gathered everyone together, the whole cast and crew, about 20 of us, in a tight circle backstage, right near where the old chalk circle used to be. The air was cold there, a lot colder than anywhere else in the building. I could see my breath. Okay, everyone, just be quiet for a second, I said, my voice shaky. I felt like an idiot, but I had to try something. I looked around at their scared young faces, and then I just spoke to the empty air. "All right," I started, swallowing hard. "We know you're here. We read about you. Alex." Saying his name out loud felt dangerous, like I was breaking a rule. The temperature seemed to drop another few degrees. "We know what happened to you," I continued, my words tumbling out. "And we're really sorry. But this is our show. This is our closing night. We've worked really hard on this. Please, you have to let us finish. You have to let them go home. Just, please, stop." The silence that followed was the heaviest thing I've ever felt. It was thick, pressing in on my eardrums. We all stood there, frozen, waiting for what I didn't know. Then, with a loud, sudden thump, every single house light in the auditorium blazed on at once. It wasn't a flicker, it wasn't a slow fade-in. It was an instantaneous, violent eruption of light. A collective gasp went through the cast. Someone let out a small scream. In the now brightly lit auditorium, the audience, who had been sitting in confused darkness, immediately started gathering their things and filing out, completely unaware of the pure terror we were experiencing backstage. My heart was hammering against my ribs. Without even thinking, my eyes still wide with shock, I whispered 2 words into the cold air. "Thank you." The rest of the night was a blur of striking the set and trying to act normal. We were all quiet, jumpy. Every little sound made us flinch. We got out of there as fast as we could. I remember the feeling of the cool night air on my face as I left the school, and it was like I could finally breathe again. I thought it was over. I really did. I got home around 11. My house was quiet. My parents and my little sister were already asleep. I went into the kitchen to get a glass of water, and that's when I saw it. On the dining room table was a vase with a bouquet of flowers my mum had bought a few days earlier. They were these bright yellow lilies. As I stood there drinking my water, I watched the entire bouquet, all at once, just slump over. It wasn't a slow wilt. It was like an invisible pair of scissors had snipped every single stem at the exact same moment. The flowers collapsed into the vase, and water sloshed over the edge of the table. I just stood there, the water glass frozen halfway to my mouth. A cold certainty washed over me, so intense it made me feel dizzy. It wasn't over. He wasn't at the school anymore. He had followed me home. I went up to my room, my legs feeling like jelly. I didn't even bother changing. I just turned off the light and got into bed, pulling the covers up to my chin. My room was dark, but there was a street light outside that cast a faint orange glow through the window. My curtains were closed, but they were thin. I was lying there staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself I was just tired and seeing things, when I saw the curtains sway. There was no wind. My window was shut tight, but the fabric bulged out, then settled, like someone had just brushed past them. I squeezed my eyes shut. "You're imagining it. You're exhausted." Then I felt it. The bed dipped down on the edge near my feet. It was a distinct, unmistakable pressure, the kind you feel when a cat jumps onto your bed, but we didn't have a cat. I held my breath, my whole body tense. The pressure stayed for a few seconds and then lifted. I don't think I slept at all that night. The next morning, my aunt was over for coffee. She was sitting at the kitchen table, and she suddenly shivered, a full-body shake. She laughed it off and said, "Whoa, felt like something just ran right up my spine." She demonstrated with her hand, a quick scurrying motion from her lower back to her neck. My blood ran cold. I didn't say anything. A few nights later, my friend slept over. She shared the guest room with my sister. In the morning, she said to my sister, "Thanks for holding my hand last night when I had that bad dream." My sister just looked at her, confused. "I didn't hold your hand. I was asleep on the other side of the room." My friend insisted. She said she'd woken up from a nightmare and felt someone take her hand, holding it tightly until she fell back asleep. She said she just assumed it was my sister. That's when I knew it wasn't just me. It was in the house. We never really talked about it as a family. Not directly. It was like an unspoken agreement to not give it more power by acknowledging it. But things happened. Loud, unexplained bangs in the middle of the night that would shake the walls. You'd hear the closet doors in the hallway rattle on their tracks, like someone was trying to get out. Once I was home alone, and I heard the distinct sound of someone walking up the creaky staircase. Step, creak, step, creak. I called out, "Hello?" And the steps just stopped. I stayed locked in my room until my parents got home. It was a presence, a heavy, watchful feeling. You'd get the sensation you were being stared at from an empty corner of the room. Sometimes a wave of cold air would pass through you for no reason. It wasn't always scary in a dramatic way. It was just there, a part of our lives. We had a ghost. We just did. And then, after a couple of years, it just stopped. The noises, the cold spots, the feeling of being watched, it all faded away. It didn't leave with a bang, just a slow, gradual absence, until one day I realized it had been months since anything weird had happened. The house just felt like a house again. I'm an adult now, with my own place. I don't think about it most days. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night and the house is quiet, I'll remember the feeling of my bed dipping down for no reason, or the sight of those flowers collapsing, and a chill will go right through me. It's the not knowing that gets me. Why did it start? Why did it follow me? And why, after all that, did it just decide to leave? I was 13 years old, and it was one of those lazy summer afternoons where the heat just sits on your skin like a wet blanket. School had been out for a couple of weeks, and I was bored out of my mind, stuck at home with nothing to do. My mom had to work late that day, so she gave me some money and told me to walk down to the sushi place a few blocks from our house to grab dinner for myself. It wasn't something I did often. Usually, she'd drive me if I needed to go somewhere, but she was swamped with deadlines, and I guess she figured I was old enough to handle a short walk by myself. Our neighborhood was pretty quiet, mostly families and older folks, so it didn't seem like a big deal at the time. I remember slipping on my beat-up sneakers and heading out the door around 5 in the evening. The sun was still up, but it was starting to dip lower, casting long shadows across the sidewalks. I could hear kids playing in someone's backyard, the sound of a sprinkler hissing, and the occasional car driving by. It all felt normal, safe even. I had my phone in my pocket, but it was one of those basic flip phones, good for calls and texts, but no internet or anything fancy. I was just focused on getting my sushi and heading back home to watch TV. The walk to the sushi place took about 10 minutes. It was in this little strip mall with a laundromat, a pharmacy, and a couple of other shops. I'd been there a few times with my mum, so I knew the route well. I crossed the street at the light, past Mr. Henderson's house with his perfectly manicured lawn, and cut through the alley that shortcuts to the main road. Everything was familiar, and I wasn't paying much attention to anything except the thought of grabbing some California rolls and maybe a miso soup. When I got to the sushi place, it was pretty empty. There was just one other customer, an older woman picking up an order, and the guy behind the counter who nodded at me when I walked in. I placed my order, paid with the cash my mom gave me, and stood off to the side to wait. The air conditioning felt good after the walk, and I remember staring at the fish tank they had in the corner, watching the colorful fish swim around. It was peaceful, and I didn't have a care in the world. My order came up after a few minutes, and I took the paper bag they handed me. As I stepped back outside, the heat hit me again, and I started heading home. That's when I first noticed him. There was a man standing near the entrance of the laundromat, just a few feet away from the sushi place. He wasn't doing anything suspicious at first, just leaning against the wall, looking at his phone. But something about him made me uneasy. He was tall, with dark hair and a scruffy beard, wearing a plain grey t-shirt and jeans. He looked to be in his 30s, maybe 40s, and he had this intense look in his eyes that I couldn't quite place. I tried to ignore him and kept walking, heading back the way I came. But as I passed the alley I'd used earlier, I heard footsteps behind me. I glanced over my shoulder and sure enough, it was the same man. He was following me, keeping a steady pace about 20 feet back. My heart started to beat a little faster, but I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe he was just heading in the same direction. I decided to take a different route home, just in case. Instead of cutting through the alley, I stayed on the main road, which was a bit longer but more populated. That's when he sped up and caught up to me. He came up beside me, not too close, but close enough that I could smell cigarettes on his clothes. He had a deep voice, and he said, "Hey kid, do you speak Spanish?" I froze for a second. I don't speak Spanish, and I didn't know what to say. I just shook my head and kept walking, clutching my sushi bag tighter, but he didn't back off. He stayed right next to me, matching my pace. "You look like you might speak Spanish," he said, and there was something in his tone that made my skin crawl. It wasn't friendly, it was pushy, like he was testing me. I mumbled, "No, I don't," and tried to walk faster, but he kept up easily. We were on the main road now, with cars passing by, but it wasn't busy enough for anyone to notice what was happening. I felt a knot forming in my stomach. This wasn't right. Why was he talking to me? Why was he following me? Then he said, "Can I get your number? I just want to talk." His voice was louder now, more insistent. I shook my head again, too scared to speak. My mind was racing. I remembered all the things my mom had told me about strangers, about not talking to them, about running if I felt unsafe. But in that moment, I felt frozen, like my feet were stuck to the pavement. He reached out like he was going to touch my arm, and I jerked away. "Come on, don't be like that," he said, and his face hardened. The friendly act was gone, replaced by this angry, frustrated expression. "I just want your number, give it to me." I managed to stammer out, "No, I can't," and I started walking even faster, almost jogging, but he stayed right with me, his footsteps echoing mine. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I could see my street up ahead, but it felt miles away. The sun was lower now, and the shadows were getting longer, making everything feel darker and more ominous. He started getting more aggressive. "Why won't you give me your number?" he demanded, his voice rising. "What's wrong with you? I'm just trying to be friendly." He was close enough that I could see the sweat on his forehead, the way his eyes narrowed. I realized then that he wasn't just some random guy trying to chat. He was targeting me. The fear turned into full-blown panic. I thought about screaming, but what if no one heard? What if he grabbed me? I remembered there was a small park up ahead with a playground and usually a few families around. Maybe I could lose him there. I veered off the main road and into the park, my legs feeling like jelly. He followed me, his steps quick and determined. The park was emptier than I expected. Just a couple of kids on the swings with their mom watching from a bench. I didn't want to drag them into this, so I kept moving, heading toward the back where there was a path that led to my neighborhood. That's when he grabbed my wrist. His grip was tight and it hurt. "Stop walking away from me," he snarled, his face right in mine. I could smell his breath, stale and sour. "Give me your number or else." I yanked my arm back, but he didn't let go. The sushi bag dropped from my hand, and I heard the container crack open. My mind was screaming. This was it. He was going to hurt me, or worse, drag me somewhere. I thought about kidnapping stories I'd heard, about assaults, and my blood ran cold. I had to get away. I don't know where the courage came from, but I twisted my wrist hard and managed to break free. I didn't think. I just ran. I sprinted as fast as I could, not looking back, my lungs burning. I could hear him shouting behind me, but I didn't stop. I cut through backyards, jumped over fences, anything to put distance between us. My heart felt like it was going to explode, and I was crying, tears blurring my vision. Finally, I reached my street and saw my house. I fumbled for my keys, my hands shaking so bad I could barely get the door open. I slammed it shut behind me and locked it, then leaned against the door, gasping for air. I peeked out the window, but I didn't see him. He was gone. I stayed there for what felt like hours, just sitting on the floor, trembling. The sushi was ruined, spilled all over the sidewalk somewhere. I didn't care. All I could think about was his face, his voice, the way he grabbed me. I called my mom, but it went to voicemail. I didn't leave a message. I didn't know what to say. How could I explain something like that? When she got home later, I told her what happened, but I downplayed it. I said some guy followed me and asked for my number, and I ran away. I didn't tell her about the grabbing, about the fear that consumed me. I didn't want her to worry or to think I was overreacting, but deep down, I knew how close I'd come to something terrible. To this day, I don't know who that man was or what he wanted. I never saw him again, and I never reported it to the police. But sometimes when I'm walking alone, I still get that same chill down my spine, and I remember how it felt to be 13 and terrified with no one around to help. Story 3. This one night, it was a Tuesday in late October, I remember, because the air had that sharp, cold bite to it that seeps right through your clothes. I'd started my shift at 10 o'clock like always, and the place was dead quiet. The hospital's old, built back in the 1800s, and at night it feels like it's holding its breath. The halls are narrow, with dim lighting that casts long shadows, and the smell of antiseptic mixes with something else, something dusty and old, like forgotten memories. My rounds began on the second floor, where the long-term patients are kept. Most of them were asleep, their breathing shallow and steady, but I could feel it in the air. That tension, like something was about to happen. It's a feeling I've learned to recognize over the years, a sort of prickling on the back of my neck. I was checking on Mr. Ferguson in room 6. He was an elderly man, maybe in his 80s, with a kind face and a weak heart. He'd been with us for a couple of weeks, and his condition was stable, but not great. That night, he was restless, shifting in his bed every few minutes. I adjusted his IV, my fingers cold from the chill in the room, and he looked up at me with watery eyes. "Nurse," he whispered, his voice raspy, "is there a child here? I thought I saw a little girl." My heart skipped a beat. I forced a calm smile and told him it was probably just a dream, but inside I knew. We all know. When a patient mentions the girl, it's never a dream. I finished up with Mr. Ferguson and moved on, my footsteps echoing softly on the linoleum floor. The hallway stretched out ahead of me, dark except for the nightlight spaced every few meters. I could hear the wind outside, howling against the windows, and it made the whole place feel even more isolated. Around midnight, I was in the nurse's station, filling out paperwork, when the call light for room 6 blinked on. It was that soft, insistent glow that always makes my stomach tighten. I stood up, my chair scraping against the floor, and headed down the hall. The air felt colder there, like a draft was coming from nowhere. As I approached the room, I saw her, the wee girl. She was standing at the foot of Mr. Ferguson's bed, just like always. Blonde hair, pale skin, wearing that red dressing gown that looked too thin for the cold. She wasn't moving, just staring, and her presence was so calm it was almost soothing. But I knew what it meant. Mr. Ferguson was awake, his eyes wide, fixed on her. He didn't look scared, just confused. "She's here," he said, his voice trembling a little. I nodded, not knowing what to say. We're trained not to engage, not to acknowledge her, because it only makes things harder. But inside, I felt that familiar mix of sadness and resignation. I pressed the call button to let the others know, and within minutes, another nurse, Sarah, was there. We didn't speak, just shared a look. She knew, too. We've worked together long enough to understand without words. The girl faded away then, like she was never there. but the feeling lingered. This heavy silence that wrapped around the room. I stayed with Mr. Ferguson for a bit, checking his vitals. His heart rate was erratic, skipping beats, and his breathing had become shallow. He kept asking about the girl, but I just held his hand and told him to rest. My own hands were shaking, and I had to clench them to steady myself. The room felt smaller, the walls closing in, and the only light came from the monitor, casting a greenish glow on everything. I could smell the faint scent of lilies from a bouquet on the windowsill, mixed with the metallic tang of blood from earlier procedures. It's those little details that stick with you, the ones you only notice when something big is about to happen. Around 2 in the morning, Mr. Ferguson's condition worsened. His monitor started beeping faster, a frantic rhythm that made my pulse race. I called for help, and the night doctor came in, but we all knew it was too late. The girl's appearance is never wrong. Within the hour, he was gone. It was peaceful in a way. He just slipped away, his eyes closing softly. But the emptiness in the room afterward was overwhelming. I helped clean up, my movements automatic, my mind elsewhere. The sheets were cool and stiff under my fingers, and the sound of the zipper on the body bag was loud in the quiet room. I kept thinking about the girl, how she'd been there, how she always is when death is near. After we moved Mr. Ferguson to the morgue, I took a break in the staff room. The clock on the wall said it was almost 4 in the morning, and the sky outside was still pitch black. I poured myself a cup of tea, but my hands were so cold I could barely hold the mug. Sarah came in and sat beside me, not saying anything at first. Then she sighed and said, "Another one." I just nodded, staring at my reflection in the dark window. My face looked tired, older than I felt. We've seen this so many times, but it never gets easier. The girl is a part of this place, like the stones and the drafts, and we've come to accept her, but that certainty of death, it's what chills me to the bone. I went back to my rounds, the rest of the shift blurring by. The hospital felt different after that, quieter, like it was morning too. I checked on the other patients, but no one else mentioned the girl that night. As the sun started to rise, casting a weak light through the windows, I finished up and headed out. The walk to my car was cold, the wind cutting through my coat, and I couldn't shake the image of the wee girl from my mind. She's not scary, not in the way you'd think, but what she represents. That's the horror. It's the knowledge that when she appears, someone's time is up, and there's nothing any of us can do about it. I drove home in silence, the roads empty, and all I could think about was how normal it all felt, how routine. But that night, something stuck with me. Later, when I was trying to sleep, I kept seeing her in my mind, that pale face and red gown, and I wondered if she's always been here, guiding souls, or if she's waiting for something more. I'll never know, and that's the part that haunts me. The not knowing, the way it just happens, and then it's over, leaving you with questions you can't answer. Story 4. We were in my beat-up Honda Civic. I remember the low fuel light was on, and I made a mental note to get gas in the morning. The radio was playing some soft rock station, just background noise. Alex was scrolling through her phone, the blue light lighting up her face. Everything was normal, boring even. Then we got to the 4-way stop, right by the entrance to the park. Ty's house was on the left, dark because he was out of town for the weekend. I came to a complete stop. I'm a stickler for that. I looked left, right, left again. The street was dead empty. But as I was about to press the gas, this feeling just slammed into me. It wasn't a thought. It was a physical sensation. A weight, like the air in the car had suddenly turned to thick, cold syrup. My skin prickled all over, goosebumps rising on my arms under my jacket. My heart, which had been beating normally, just started hammering against my ribs, a frantic, panicked rhythm. It was a pure, undiluted dread. The kind you feel in that second before a car accident, when you know it's going to happen but you're powerless to stop it. This feeling of being watched, of being prey. I glanced at Alex. Her phone was down, clutched in her hand. She was staring straight ahead, out the windshield towards the park. Her face had gone pale, her knuckles white where she was gripping her phone. "Babe," I said, and my voice sounded thin and reedy, like I hadn't used it in years. She didn't look at me. Her eyes were wide, fixed on something in the darkness of the park entrance. "Go," she whispered. It was barely a breath. "Alex, what is it? Just go, now, please." I looked back at the park. At first I didn't see anything, just darkness. The streetlight on the corner was out, had been for weeks. But then my eyes started to adjust, or something in the darkness shifted. There was a shape there just inside the tree line. It was blacker than the black around it, a hole in the world. It was tall and thin, way too thin to be a person, and it was just standing there, perfectly still. It didn't have any features I could make out, no face, no clothes. It was just a man-shaped patch of absolute nothingness. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled the blood in my veins, that it was looking right at us. My foot, which had been hovering over the gas pedal, stomped down. The engine, which is usually pretty wimpy, roared like I'd never heard it. The tires squealed and the car lurched forward. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I couldn't. I just drove. My hands clenched so tight on the steering wheel my joints ached. Alex started to cry. Not a soft cry, but these ragged, choking sobs. She curled in on herself in the passenger seat, her arms wrapped around her middle. "He was trying to get in," she gasped between sobs. "What? Who?" The thing. The dark thing. I felt it. I felt its hands on the door handle. I felt it pulling. She was trembling violently, her whole body shaking. It was going to rip the door open. It was going to pull me out. I just drove faster, my eyes glued to the road in front of me. Every shadow between houses, every tree limb moving in the wind made me flinch. The 5-minute drive to my apartment felt like an hour. The whole time, that feeling of dread clung to us, filling the car. It was a smell, like ozone and wet earth. It was a sound, a high-pitched ringing in my ears that I knew wasn't really there. It was the feeling of something right behind us, keeping pace. We finally screeched into my parking spot. I killed the engine, and we just sat there for a minute, breathing heavily. The interior light hadn't come on when I opened my door, and I remember thinking that was weird, but I was too freaked out to care. We scrambled out of the car and practically ran to my apartment door. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely get the key in the lock. We got inside, slammed the door shut, and I threw the deadbolt. We stood there in the dark hallway, listening. The apartment was silent, normal, but the feeling wasn't gone. It had followed us inside. The air in my own home felt heavy and wrong. I flicked on the living room light. Everything was where I left it. The TV remote on the coffee table, a blanket crumpled on the couch. But the dread was still there, a low hum in the background. We decided we needed to check the rest of the apartment. It was a stupid idea, but we had to know. I grabbed a baseball bat from my closet. It felt pathetic and useless in my hands. We moved from room to room, turning on every light. The bedroom was clear. The bathroom was clear. We came to the last room, the spare room I use as an office. The door was closed. I always leave it open. My heart was back to its frantic pounding. I looked at Alex. Her eyes were wide with fresh terror. She nodded. I reached out a trembling hand, turned the knob, and pushed the door open. The room was dark. The streetlight from outside cast long, distorted shadows across the floor from the desk and chair. And in the far corner, where the light didn't reach, 2 darker shadows detached themselves from the wall. They were just like the one at the park. Tall, thin, featureless voids. They didn't move. They didn't make a sound. They just stood there, and I knew they were looking at us. We backed out of the room slowly, and I shut the door. There was no point in running. Where would we go? This thing was with us now. We ended up huddled together on the couch in the living room, with every single light in the apartment blazing. We didn't speak. We just held on to each other, listening. The apartment was quiet, but it wasn't empty. We could feel them moving around. A soft, shuffling sound from the hallway, a faint, cold draft that would brush past your ankle, the feeling of being watched from a dark doorway. At some point, out of sheer desperation, I called Ty. It was the middle of the night, but he answered on the second ring, his voice groggy with sleep. I started rambling, my words tumbling over each other. I told him about the stop sign, the thing in the park, the feeling of dread, the shadows in my spare room. I was crying. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I was so scared I could barely form sentences. He was quiet for a long moment after I finished. Then he said, "The park. You were at the stop sign by the park." "Yeah," I choked out. "Did you do anything there? Say anything? Even in your head?" I thought back. The overwhelming panic. "No, we just stopped. We saw it and we left." "Think," Ty said, his voice serious, more serious than I'd ever heard him. "The crossroads by that park. It's an old place. People have left offerings there for years. You might have interrupted something. You might have offended her." "Offended who?" Alex asked, her voice small as she listened on speakerphone. "Hecate," Ty said. The name hung in the air, making the dread in the room feel even thicker, more ancient. "She's a goddess of crossroads, the night, ghosts. That's her place. If you disrespected her space, didn't acknowledge her, she might have sent something with you, or let something follow you home." It sounded insane, but standing in my brightly lit apartment, feeling the presence of those silent dark figures in the next room, it was the only thing that made any sense, the logic of pure terror. Ty told us what to do. He said we needed to apologize, to give an offering, a cleansing. He walked us through it step by step, his voice calm and steady, a lifeline in the middle of the ocean of fear we were drowning in. We didn't have much. We found some dried lavender in a tea bag. We had a little bit of olive oil. We had a candle, a plain white one. We took a small bowl of water from the kitchen. Following Ty's instructions, we went to my front door, the boundary of our home. We lit the candle. We sprinkled the lavender by the threshold. We anointed the doorframe with the olive oil. We spoke the words Ty told us to say, our voices shaking. We apologized. We apologized for intruding, for any disrespect, for any offense we might have caused. We asked for protection. We asked for whatever was in our home to leave. We finished the words. We stood there, the candle flickering between us, the scent of lavender faint in the air. And then it stopped. Just like that, the dread, the heavy, suffocating pressure that had been crushing us for hours just vanished. It was like a switch had been flipped. The air in the apartment felt light again. It felt clean. The high-pitched ringing in my ears was gone. The feeling of being watched was gone. We stood there, stunned. The sudden absence of the terror was almost as shocking as the terror itself. It was so quiet. Just the normal hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. I looked at Alex. The color was slowly returning to her face. The wide, animal fear in her eyes was receding, replaced by a dazed confusion. We stayed like that for a few minutes, just breathing in the normal, quiet air. Then, cautiously, I walked over to the spare room door. I put my hand on the knob. I took a deep breath and opened it. I flipped the light switch. The room was just a room. My desk, my chair, a stack of books in the corner. The shadows were just shadows, cast by the furniture. The things were gone. We spent the rest of the night on the couch, not because we were scared, but because we were exhausted, drained completely. We slept, a deep, dreamless sleep for the first time in what felt like forever. The next morning, the world was normal. The sun was out, birds were chirping. We drove to get coffee, and I had to pass that same stop sign to get to the main road. My hands got sweaty on the wheel as we approached. Alex reached over and put her hand on my leg. I slowed down. I didn't stop. I just rolled slowly through the intersection, my eyes fixed on the entrance to the park. There was nothing there, just morning sunlight filtering through the trees. It was just a park again. But I knew what we had seen. I knew what had followed us home. I knew the paralyzing fear that had held us in its grip for hours. And I knew the instant, inexplicable relief when it was over. We never talk about it. Not really. Sometimes one of us will just say, "that night," and the other will nod, and that's enough. We both know. We both remember the shape in the dark, the feeling of the car door handle being pulled from the outside, the shadows in the corner of the room, and the silence that fell after we spoke those words of apology into the quiet of our own home. We got our lives back, just like that. But I still can't explain it. I don't think I ever will. Story 5. I still get chills thinking about that day, and it's been years now. I was just a kid, maybe 12 or 13, and we were living in this old house out in eastern Kentucky, way out in the hills, where the trees crowd in so close you can't see the neighbors unless you're standing on the porch. The house itself was a hand-me-down from my grandma, built who knows how long ago, with floors that groaned like they were tired of holding us up, and windows that rattled every time the wind kicked up. That day, the whole family had gone to a funeral for some distant relative. I don't even remember who it was now, just that it was one of those sad gatherings where everyone wears black and talks in hushed voices. My parents, aunts, uncles, they all piled into cars and headed out, leaving me, my 2 sisters, and our cousin home alone. I was the oldest, so I was supposed to be in charge, but honestly, I felt just as scared as the little ones when things started happening. It was around midday when they left, and at first everything was normal. We were bored, stuck in this creaky old place with nothing to do but watch TV or play cards. My younger sister, she was about 8, and my cousin was the same age, and they were giggling and running around, while my other sister, who was a year younger than me, just kind of moped in the living room. The house felt bigger than usual, empty without the adults, and every little noise made me jump. I remember the clock on the wall ticking way too loud, and the sunlight coming through the dusty windows in slants, making the dust motes dance in the air. We'd been told not to go upstairs because it was where the old bedrooms were, and Mom always said the floorboards up there weren't safe. But we'd snuck up before when no one was looking. That day, though, something felt off from the start. I was in the kitchen trying to find something to eat when I first heard it, a soft thud from upstairs, like someone had dropped a shoe. I froze, my hand halfway into the cereal box, and listened. Nothing. Then it came again, a little louder this time, like footsteps. Not the kind you make when you're walking normal, but slow, deliberate steps, like someone was pacing. My heart started beating faster, and I called out, "Hello?" But no one answered. My sisters and cousin were all downstairs with me. I could hear them in the other room, so who could it be? I told myself it was just the house settling, or maybe an animal had gotten in. We had raccoons sometimes, but deep down I knew it wasn't that. A few minutes later, the footsteps got heavier, like they were coming down the hall upstairs. I could hear the floorboards creaking in that specific way they do when someone's walking on them, and it sent a cold shiver down my back. I went to the bottom of the stairs and peered up, but it was dark up there because we hadn't turned on any lights. The hallway at the top was shadowy, and I couldn't see anything moving, but the sounds kept coming. Then, out of nowhere, there was a scream. It wasn't a human scream, not really. It was high-pitched and raw, like something was in pain, but it cut off real quick. My younger sister and cousin, who'd been playing in the living room, came running into the hallway, their faces pale. They'd heard it too. "What was that?" my cousin whispered, her eyes wide with fear. I shook my head, trying to act brave. "Probably just the wind," I said, but my voice was shaky. Then my younger sister pointed upstairs and said she'd heard someone calling her name, not in a normal voice, but in a weird, high-pitched mimic of her own voice. She said it sounded exactly like her, but wrong, like it was coming from somewhere it shouldn't be. My cousin backed away, saying she'd heard it too, a voice that sounded like my sister's, but it was calling my cousin's name from up in the bedrooms. That's when the real fear set in. If it was just noises, we could maybe explain it away. But a voice mimicking someone, that felt personal, like whatever it was knew us. We all huddled together at the bottom of the stairs, not sure what to do. The footsteps had stopped, but the air felt heavy, like something was watching us. I remember the smell of old wood and dust, and the way the light from the windows seemed to dim, like a cloud had passed over the sun. My hands were sweating, and I could feel my pulse thumping in my neck. We decided to barricade ourselves in the living room because it had a big, heavy door that led to the front porch. I dragged a wooden chair from the kitchen and wedged it under the doorknob, my fingers fumbling because I was so nervous. The chair was one of those old ones with a woven seat, and it scraped against the floor, making a sound that set my teeth on edge. For a little while, it was quiet. We sat on the couch, not talking, just listening. The TV was off, and the only sounds were our breathing and the occasional creak from the house. I kept glancing at the door, half expecting something to happen. Then, out of nowhere, the door started rattling. Not like someone was knocking, but like something was throwing itself against it, hard. The chair I'd wedged under the knob shook violently, and the whole door frame seemed to groan. It was so forceful that I thought the door would splinter. We all screamed and backed away, clutching each other. The rattling went on for what felt like minutes, but it was probably only seconds, loud, frantic bangs that made the walls vibrate. I could feel the vibrations through the floor, and my ears rang from the noise. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The silence that followed was worse, thick and suffocating. We were too scared to move, just staring at the door, waiting for something else to happen. That's when the doorbell started ringing. It was one of those old-fashioned bells that chimes through the house, and it rang over and over, frantically, like someone was jabbing at the button non-stop. The sound was piercing, and it echoed in the quiet house. My heart felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. Who could be at the door? We hadn't heard anyone come up the driveway, and besides, everyone was supposed to be at the funeral. I knew I had to look. I crept toward the window next to the door, my legs feeling like jelly. The curtains were thick and dusty, and I pulled them back just a crack, enough to peek outside. The porch was empty. No one was there. The doorbell kept ringing, but there was no shadow, no movement, nothing. I could see the front yard, the overgrown grass and the trees beyond, but it was all still. The ringing didn't stop. It just kept going, that same urgent chime, and it made my skin crawl. I turned back to my sisters and cousin, and they were crying softly, huddled together on the couch. "There's no one there," I whispered, and the words came out choked. We didn't know what to do. The doorbell finally stopped after what felt like an eternity, and the house fell silent again. But the fear didn't go away. It clung to us, making the air feel cold. I remember the goosebumps on my arms and how my breath fogged a little in the room, even though it wasn't that cold outside. We decided to call our neighbor, Mrs. Gable, who lived down the road. She was an older lady who'd known our family for years, and she had a clear view of our house from her kitchen window. I used the landline phone. This was before everyone had cell phones, and my hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped the receiver. When she answered, I tried to sound calm, but my voice cracked. I asked if she'd seen anyone around our house, maybe someone ringing the doorbell or messing with the door. She said no. She'd been watching out her window most of the afternoon because she was worried about us kids being alone, and she hadn't seen a soul. No cars, no people, nothing. Her voice was firm, and I believed her. That made it worse. If she didn't see anything, then what was making the noise? It wasn't just in our heads. We all heard it, felt it. After I hung up, we just sat there, too scared to talk. The mimic voice kept playing in my mind, how it sounded exactly like my sister, but twisted, like it was trying to lure us. And the force on the door, it wasn't human. It was too violent, too focused. We stayed like that for hours, until the adults came home. When they walked in, we rushed to them, crying and trying to explain, but they just brushed it off as us being spooked by the old house. They said it was probably the wind or our imaginations, but I knew it wasn't. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak made me jump, and I kept thinking about that voice, that door rattling like it was about to break. Years later, I heard about something called a voice snatcher, a kind of spirit or cryptid that mimics voices to trick people, especially when there's grief around, like during a funeral. It made sense in a horrible way, but I never got a real explanation, and to this day, I can't go into that house without feeling that same cold fear. Whatever it was, it felt like it was toying with us, feeding on our terror, and I'll never forget how real it all felt. Like something had reached out from the shadows and touched our lives for just one day, leaving us forever changed. Story 6. My bedroom isn't anything special, just a small room with a bed pushed against the wall, a desk in the corner, and a window that looks out onto the street. I live alone in this apartment, so it's usually just me and my thoughts. That night, I had my desk lamp on, casting this yellow glow over my books, and the rest of the room was dark except for the little light from my phone charger. I'd plugged my phone in earlier because the battery was low, and I left it charging on the bed, right near the wall where the outlet is. You know how it is. You toss it there without thinking, and the cable stretches across the bed to the socket. I'd been studying for hours, and my eyes were starting to blur. I remember glancing at the clock on my desk. It was past 2 in the morning, and I knew I had to get some sleep, or I'd be useless for the exam the next day. But I wanted to set an alarm first, just to make sure I didn't oversleep. I always use my phone for that, because the alarm on my clock is too quiet. So I pushed my chair back, stood up, and stretched. My back was sore from hunching over, and I could feel that ache you get when you've been sitting too long. I walked over to the bed, planning to grab my phone, set the alarm, and then crash. The room was dead silent. No traffic outside, no hum from the fridge, just the faint sound of my own breathing. I reached for the spot where I'd left the phone, right next to my pillow. But my hand closed on nothing. At first, I thought maybe I'd knocked it off in my sleepiness, so I patted around the sheets. Nothing there. I felt a little twinge of annoyance, like, come on, where did it go? I'm tired, and I just want to get this over with. Then I noticed the charger cable. It was still plugged into the wall, but the end that connects to the phone was dangling, and the cable itself was stretched tight, pointing down toward the gap between the bed and the wall. That gap is maybe 2 inches wide, just enough for stuff to fall into if you're not careful. I've lost pens and coins down there before, and it's a pain to fish them out. So I figured the phone must have slipped off and fallen into that crevice. No big deal, I just reached down and get it. I got down on my knees beside the bed, peering into the darkness of that narrow space. It's always dusty down there, and I could smell that faint, musty odor of old wood and accumulated grime. I reached my hand in, expecting to feel the cool plastic of my phone case, but my fingers brushed against nothing. I shuffled closer, squinting to see better. The light from my desk lamp didn't reach far, so it was mostly shadows. I leaned in further, my shoulder pressing against the bed frame, and that's when I saw it. My phone was sitting on the baseboard, not fallen, not wedged, not leaning against anything. It was resting perfectly flat on top of the baseboard, which is this narrow strip of wood that runs along the bottom of the wall. The baseboard is only about 3 inches wide, and my phone is one of those bigger models. It shouldn't have been able to balance there without tipping over. But it was just sitting there, like someone had placed it carefully. The screen was facing up, dark and silent, and the charger cable was still attached, trailing up to the outlet. The cable was taut but not strained, just enough to show that the phone hadn't moved from that spot. My brain sort of stuttered. I froze, my hand still halfway into the gap, and I just stared. How the hell did it get there? If it had fallen, it would have made a noise, a thud or a clatter. But I hadn't heard anything. I'd been sitting at my desk and the room was quiet. Plus, if it fell, it should have ended up on the floor, maybe caught between the bed and wall, not perched neatly on the baseboard. That's not how gravity works. Things don't fall and land perfectly centered on a narrow surface like that. It's impossible. I felt this cold wave wash over me, starting from my scalp and trickling down my spine. My heart started beating faster, a dull thudding in my ears. I pulled my hand back slowly, as if moving too fast might disturb something. I stayed on my knees, just staring at the phone. It looked normal. No cracks, no dust, like it had been wiped clean. But it was in a spot where it couldn't possibly be. I remember thinking, maybe I'm more tired than I thought. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. So I blinked a few times, rubbed my eyes and looked again. It was still there, unmoving. I reached out with a trembling hand and gently touched the phone. It felt cool and solid, just like always. I picked it up and it came away easily, as if it had been waiting for me. The charger cable slackened and I unplugged it from the wall. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped the phone again. I stood up, my legs feeling weak, and backed away from the bed. I held the phone in both hands, turning it over, checking it. Nothing wrong with it. The screen lit up when I pressed the power button, showing the time, 2:17 in the morning, and my usual background photo. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. My chest felt tight, like I couldn't take a full breath. It was this deep, visceral fear that reality had just skipped a beat. You know when you're walking downstairs and you miss a step? That lurch in your stomach? This was like that, but 1,000 times worse. It wasn't just about the phone. It was the implication that there was something else in the room with me, something I couldn't see, that had moved it. I started looking around the room, my eyes darting into every shadow. The desk, the chair, the closet door slightly ajar. Everything seemed normal, but now it all felt menacing. The silence was no longer peaceful. It was heavy, oppressive. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my chest, and my breathing was shallow and quick. I kept the phone clutched in my hand, as if it were a lifeline, but even holding it felt wrong. What if it happened again? What if something else moved? I decided to check the rest of the apartment, though I didn't want to. My feet felt like lead as I walked to the door and peered out into the hallway. The living room was dark, and the kitchen beyond that. I flipped on the hall light, and the sudden brightness made me flinch. Everything was in its place. Couch, TV, bookshelf. No signs of anyone else. I went to the front door and checked the lock. It was bolted shut, just like I'd left it. No windows open, no drafts. But that didn't comfort me. Because if it wasn't an intruder, what was it? Some unseen force, like a ghost or something. I've never believed in that stuff. Always been a skeptic, you know? But in that moment, all my rationality went out the window. I felt like a kid again, afraid of the dark, jumping at every little sound. I went back to my bedroom, but I didn't want to go in. I stood in the doorway, looking at the bed, the gap between it and the wall. That spot where the phone had been was now empty, but in my mind, I could still see it sitting there, defying logic. I thought about taking a photo or something, but what would that prove? It would just show a phone on a baseboard, and anyone would say I put it there myself. But I didn't. I know I didn't. I ended up sitting on the floor in the hallway, just outside my bedroom, with my back against the wall. I couldn't bring myself to go back in. I set the alarm on my phone. My hands were still shaking so much it took me 3 tries to get it right. And then I just sat there listening. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle from outside made me jump. I kept expecting to see something move in the periphery or hear a whisper, but nothing happened. The fear was so intense it was physical. A cold sweat on my skin, my muscles tense, my jaw clenched. Time dragged on. I watched the minutes tick by on my phone, each one feeling like an hour. I thought about calling someone, but who would I call at that time? My friends would think I'd lost it, and my family lives hours away. Plus, what would I say? Hey, my phone moved on its own and now I'm scared. It sounds ridiculous when I say it out loud, but in the moment, it was the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced. After a while, the exhaustion caught up with me. My eyes were heavy, and my body ached from sitting on the hard floor. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, my alarm was blaring, and it was morning. The sun was coming through the window in the hallway, casting a warm light that made everything seem normal again. But the fear was still there, a dull ache in my gut. I got up, my joints stiff, and went into my bedroom. Everything looked exactly as I'd left it. Books on the desk, bed unmade, charger cable coiled on the floor. I avoided looking at the gap between the bed and wall. I got ready for my exam on autopilot, going through the motions without really thinking. I aced the test, somehow. Adrenaline, I guess. But the whole time, my mind was back in that room with that phone. I've tried to rationalize it since then. Maybe I sleepwalked and placed it there without realizing. But I've never sleepwalked in my life. Maybe it was a prank. But I live alone, and no one else has a key. Maybe it was some weird physics fluke like a draft or vibration. But there was no draft, and nothing was vibrating. The more I think about it, the less sense it makes. That tightness in my chest hasn't gone away. Sometimes, when I'm in my bedroom at night, I'll catch myself staring at that gap, half expecting to see something there. I've moved my bed away from the wall now, so there's no crevice, but it doesn't help. The memory is stuck with me, this little crack in reality that I can't seal up. I never figured out what happened that night. It's just this thing that occurred, and then it was over, leaving me with more questions than answers. I still have the phone. It works fine, but every time I use it, I remember how it felt to pick it up from that impossible spot, and the fear comes rushing back. Story 7. That particular day, a Tuesday in early October, I was home from college for a break, and I woke up to the sound of her alarm blaring from down the hall. It had been going for what felt like forever, one of those shrill beeps that drills into your skull. I stumbled out of bed, groggy myself, and pushed open her door. There she was, still dead asleep, curled around that pillow like it was some kind of lifeline. Her face was pressed into it, and she looked peaceful, but in a way that made my skin crawl, too still, like she wasn't just sleeping, but trapped. I shook her shoulder, and she jolted awake, eyes wide and confused. "What time is it?" she mumbled, her voice thick with sleep. When I told her it was almost 9, she was supposed to be at work by 8, she bolted upright, and that's when we both noticed it. A weird, sweetish smell clinging to the pillow, like old hay mixed with something metallic. She'd been complaining about headaches too, and that morning she said her neck felt stiff, like she'd been lying in one position for hours. We got her ready in a rush, but the whole time I couldn't shake this uneasy feeling. Later that afternoon, after she got home from work, she'd gotten a warning from her boss for being late again. She was pacing the living room, frustrated. "I don't get it," she kept saying, running a hand through her hair. "I've never slept like this before. It's that damn pillow." She'd bought it because a co-worker recommended it for neck pain, but now it was doing the opposite. That's when she decided to cut it open. She wasn't angry, just determined, like she needed to know what was inside. I remember the light was fading outside, casting long shadows across the carpet, and the house felt too quiet, like the air was holding its breath. We laid an old towel on the kitchen table, and she got a pair of scissors from the drawer. The pillow was heavier than it looked, with a rough beige fabric cover that felt gritty under my fingers. She started cutting along the seam, and the sound was all wrong. Not a clean rip, but a tearing noise, like fabric giving way under pressure. As she pulled it apart, buckwheat hulls spilled out, but they weren't just hulls. Mixed in were dark, wet-looking stains that soaked into the towel, spreading like ink. They weren't from moisture or mold. They were too concentrated, almost like someone had bled on them. The smell hit us then, stronger now. That metallic tang mixed with something earthy, like damp soil. I reached in, my hand trembling a little, and felt something coarse and wiry. I pulled out a clump of black hair, thick and rough, like from an animal or something. It was tangled in the hulls, and when I dropped it on the table, it left a greasy residue on my fingers. My mom's face went pale, and she dug deeper, her movements frantic now. That's when her fingers brushed against something smooth and stiff. A Polaroid photo, tucked deep inside, like it had been shoved in there on purpose. She pulled it out, and we both stared. The photo was old, the edges slightly curled, and it showed a man standing in a foggy forest. He was wearing a flannel shirt and jeans, and he was waving, but not at the camera. His hand was raised, and his eyes were looking past the lens, like he was waving at someone behind it. The forest around him was dense, with mist hanging low between the trees, and it felt isolated, eerie. What got me was his expression. It wasn't a friendly wave. It was almost a warning, or like he was trying to get someone's attention. The whole scene was hazy, like it had been taken on a cold, damp morning, and it sent a chill down my spine. But the worst part was when my mum turned the pillow inside out. On the inner fabric, where it had been sewn shut, there were these claw-like marks scratched into the material. They weren't random. They looked intentional, like something had been trying to get out, or someone had made them with sharp nails. The marks were deep, gouged into the cloth, and they formed weird patterns that didn't make sense, curves and lines that felt unnatural. We just stood there, frozen, the hair and stains on the table, the photo in her hand. The room felt colder, and I remember my heart pounding in my ears. My mum's hands were shaking as she set the photo down, and she whispered, "What the hell is this?" Her voice was tight with fear, and I could see the confusion in her eyes. This wasn't just a defective product. It felt personal, invasive. She called her co-worker later that evening, the one who'd recommended the pillow, and put her on speakerphone. The co-worker's voice was hesitant at first, but when my mum described what we found, she got quiet. Then she said she'd found similar things in hers. Dark stains, coarse hair, and a photo too, though hers was of an empty room with a shadow in the corner. She said she'd thrown it all out and never talked about it because no one believed her. They'd laughed it off, told her she was imagining things. Hearing that, my stomach dropped. It wasn't just us. It was happening to someone else, but we were alone in it. We tried to tell a few people, family, friends, but they'd just shrug or make jokes about online scams. One person suggested it was a prank, but who would go to that trouble? The photo, the hair, the marks, it felt too deliberate. That night, we bundled everything up, the pillow, the stains, the hair, the photo, and threw it in the outside trash, but I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that man waving from the fog, his eyes looking past me, and I'd jolt awake, sweating. The thing that haunts me most isn't just what we found, but the feeling that came with it. Like we'd stumbled into something we weren't supposed to see, and that man in the photo knew it. Why was he waving? Who was behind the camera? And those claw marks, were they from whatever was in there with him? My mom never bought another buckwheat pillow, and she still gets uneasy talking about it. Sometimes I catch her staring into space, and I know she's thinking about that day. How something so ordinary turned into a nightmare we can't explain. I don't have answers, and I doubt I ever will. But I'll never forget the weight of that pillow in my hands, or the way the air went still when we cut it open, like we'd broken a seal on something we shouldn't have touched. Story 8. It was a Tuesday, the 2nd of November. The kind of grey, cold day that feels like the whole world is holding its breath. We were all there, crammed into that hospital room that smelled like antiseptic and stale flowers. My mom, my aunt, a couple of cousins. We were just waiting. That's all there was left to do. My uncle, he'd been fighting this brutal case of pneumonia for a couple of weeks, and his body was just giving up. The machines were doing most of the work, their beeps and hisses the only real sound in the room. I was standing closest to the bed, near his right side. I remember looking at his hands. They were always such strong hands, a mechanic's hands, stained with grease even when they were clean. Now they looked thin and pale, the skin almost translucent over the bones. I had my own hand resting on the side rail of the bed, my fingers just dangling there. It happened right at the end. The monitor made this long, flat sound, the kind you only ever hear in movies, and you think it's exaggerated, but it's not. It's exactly that sound, a single, endless note that means a life has stopped. His chest just didn't rise again. There was a collective intake of breath from everyone in the room, this shared sharp gasp of grief. And in that exact second, as he let out his last breath, I felt it. A rush of warmth on my fingertips. It wasn't like someone had blown on them. It wasn't a draft. It was a concentrated warmth, like a pocket of summer air had formed right around my hand. And with the warmth came a pressure, the lightest, most gentle pressure you can imagine. It felt exactly like when you're a kid, and someone much bigger than you holds your hand, their fingers just barely brushing yours. A quiet, weightless touch. It lasted for maybe 2 seconds, 3 at most, and then it was gone. The warmth faded, and my fingers were just cold again against the metal rail. I didn't say anything. What would I have said? Hey, I think Uncle Joe just high-fived me with his soul on the way out. They'd have thought the grief had broken me, and maybe it had. But that feeling, that specific physical sensation, was so real. It didn't feel like a trick of the mind. It felt like a goodbye. The next few days were a blur. The funeral, the people at the house, the casseroles that all taste the same. It was a week later, a Monday morning. I was in the kitchen making coffee. The house was quiet. My wife Sarah was still asleep. I was just standing there, waiting for the pot to finish gurgling, staring out the window at the bird feeder, and then I heard it. My uncle had this very specific way of clearing his throat. It wasn't just a cough. It was this low, rumbling, almost guttural sound he'd make in the back of his throat, usually before he was about to say something important or tell a joke. He'd do it, and then there'd be this little pause. I heard that sound, clear as day. It came from right behind my left shoulder, so close I could almost feel the vibration in the air next to my ear. I spun around. Nothing. The kitchen was empty. The house was silent except for the coffee maker's final sputter. My heart was hammering in my chest, a frantic, panicked rhythm. I stood there for a full minute, just listening, my skin prickling all over. I told myself it was stress. I told myself I was tired, that my brain was playing sounds from my memory. I almost believed it. I told Sarah about it later that day. She gave me that look, the one that's a mix of concern and pity. She squeezed my hand and said, "Babe, it's been a really hard time. You're not sleeping well." And I wanted to believe her. I really did. It was the logical explanation. It was the sane explanation. Then it happened again, 3 nights later. We were on the couch, watching some forgettable movie. It was around 10 o'clock. We were under a blanket, her feet tucked under my legs. The room was dark, lit only by the flickering TV screen, and we both heard it, that same throat-clearing cough. It came from the empty armchair to our left, the one my uncle always used to sit in when he visited. Sarah froze. I felt her whole body go rigid against mine. Her hand, which had been resting on my arm, tightened its grip. We both turned our heads slowly, in unison, toward the chair. It was empty. The patterned fabric was undisturbed. "You heard that, right?" I whispered. My voice was shaky. She just nodded, her eyes wide, fixed on the chair. She didn't say a word for a long time. We just sat there, listening to the meaningless dialogue from the TV, the air in the room now feeling thick and heavy, the comfort of the couch, the warmth of the blanket. It all vanished, replaced by a cold, creeping dread. That was the moment it stopped being just my grief. It became our reality. That's when the other things started. The first time I felt the blanket, I was half asleep. It was the middle of the night. We have this heavy comforter, and I was on my side, facing away from Sarah. I felt the blanket pull down, taut, across my shoulders, like someone had taken a firm grip of the edge near my feet and given it a sharp tug. It was so strong, it actually jerked my shoulder back a little. I woke up fully, my heart leaping into my throat. I lay there perfectly still, listening. Sarah was breathing deeply, sound asleep beside me. The room was silent. I reached down and felt the edge of the comforter. It was stretched tight, much tighter than it should have been. I had to physically yank it to get some slack back. A few nights after that, I was lying on my back, just staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Sarah was asleep next to me. And then I felt the bed shift. It was a distinct, unmistakable sensation. It was the feeling of weight, a person's weight, settling on the mattress right next to my legs on Sarah's side. The mattress dipped down, the springs making a soft, familiar creak. It was the exact same sound and feeling as when Sarah gets into bed. I held my breath, my eyes glued to the dark shape of the room. I could see the outline of Sarah beside me, her back to me. The depression in the mattress was between us, on her side of the bed. Nothing was there. After a minute, the pressure lifted, and the mattress slowly rose back to level. The most intimate and the most unsettling was the pressure on my leg. This happened when I was wide awake. I was sitting in the living room armchair, his chair, reading a book. It was a Saturday afternoon. Sunlight was streaming through the window. There was nothing scary about the moment, and then I felt it. A faint but definite pressure on my left thigh. It wasn't a hand, it wasn't a poke. It was just a presence, a gentle weight, as if someone had rested their open palm on my leg. It wasn't cold, it wasn't warm. It was just there, a solid, calm weight. I didn't move. I barely breathed. I just looked down at my leg, at the denim of my jeans, and saw nothing. But I could feel it. It stayed for maybe 10 seconds, and then it was gone, fading away so gradually I wasn't sure when it had actually vanished. These things were never threatening. There was no malice in them. No objects flying across the room. No ghostly apparitions. No whispers in the dark. It was all so domestic, so quiet. And that was the most confusing part. The terror was real. Every time something happened, my pulse would skyrocket, my breath would catch, and every instinct screamed at me to get out of the room. But underneath the fear, there was this other feeling, this deep, profound sense of comfort. It felt like him. It felt like my uncle. The blanket pulling was something he'd do as a joke to wake me up when I was a kid. The way the bed shifted was exactly how he'd sit on the edge of my bed to talk. The pressure on the leg was a gesture he used all the time when he was making a point. It was this horrible, beautiful contradiction. I was being haunted, but it felt like I was being watched over. The fear and the solace were all twisted together, and I couldn't separate them. I started looking forward to going to bed, just to see if anything would happen, and at the same time, I'd lie there for hours, too terrified to close my eyes. Sarah felt it too. We stopped talking about it as something scary, and started talking about it as something that just was. She said one night, "It feels like he's just checking in, making sure we're okay." And she was right. That's exactly what it felt like. The love was still there. The connection wasn't broken. It was just different. It was a presence in the empty chair, a weight on the bed, a touch in the air. The occurrences slowly became less frequent over the next few months. The throat clearing stopped. The blanket stopped tugging. The bed stayed still. Life began to feel normal again. The sharp edge of grief softened into a dull, manageable ache. I started to think maybe it was over. Maybe he had finally, truly moved on. Then, last week, it happened one last time. It was last Thursday. I was in the garage, looking for a specific socket wrench. The garage was a mess, full of my stuff and boxes of my uncle's old things we still hadn't sorted through. The air was cold and smelled of oil and dust. I was frustrated, pulling open drawers, my hands getting grimy. I couldn't find the damn wrench anywhere. I sighed and leaned against the workbench, running a hand through my hair. And that's when I saw it. On the dusty surface of the bench, right in front of me, was a single, clean circle. The dust around it was thick and untouched, but this one spot, about the size of a coffee mug, was perfectly clean. And in the center of that clean circle, sitting there as if it had been placed there just a moment before, was the exact socket wrench I had been looking for. It wasn't just the same type, it was his wrench. I recognized the chip in the red plastic handle. I'd been with him when he bought this set 20 years ago. I had searched that entire bench. I had opened that very drawer 3 times. It wasn't there. I know it wasn't there. I didn't feel fear. I didn't feel a warm touch or hear a cough. I just stood there staring at that wrench sitting in its perfect circle of clean bench, and I started to cry. Not out of sadness, not out of fear, but out of this overwhelming, undeniable certainty. He was still here. He was still looking out for me. He knew I was looking for the wrench, and he helped me find it. I picked it up. The metal was cold. I held it in my hand for a long time, just standing in the quiet, cold garage. The feeling I had was so simple and so complex all at once. It was the end of the fear and the beginning of a quiet, permanent wonder. The occurrences had stopped, but the presence hadn't. He never really left, and I don't think he ever will. I still have the wrench. I keep it on my desk now. Sometimes I just look at it, and I know. Story 9. I've never been one for ghost stories. I always figured there was an explanation for everything. Drafts, old houses settling, your mind playing tricks in the dark. But what happened to me at Hampton Court Palace, I can't explain it, I can't rationalize it. I just have to live with the memory, and it's a memory that feels branded on the back of my eyes. My friend and I had planned this trip for months. We're both history buffs, the kind who get a thrill from walking through old places and imagining the lives that were lived there. We knew Hampton Court had a reputation, of course. You can't read about it without stumbling across the ghost stories. Catherine Howard screaming in the haunted gallery, the phantom footsteps of Sion Pendry. We treated it like a fun bonus, a bit of spooky flavor to go with the Tudor architecture. We even joked about it on the drive down, about who would be the first to chicken out if we heard a noise in the night. The palace had a special event, an overnight stay for a small group in some of the less restored apartments. It wasn't cheap, but it was a chance to have the place almost to ourselves after hours. Our room was up in the eaves, a space that felt more servants' quarters than royal chamber. It was long and narrow, with a single large skylight set into the sloping ceiling. The moon was full that night, and it cast a cold, blue-white rectangle of light onto the worn floorboards. That was the only light we had once we turned off the single, weak bulb by the door. The thing I remember most about the room, besides the skylight, was the door. On the wall opposite our beds, there was another door, made of the same dark, heavy oak as the one we'd entered through. But this one was locked, a big, old-fashioned iron keyhole and no key in sight. Our guide, a cheerful woman named Eleanor, had pointed it out during the tour. She'd said it led to a small antechamber that was permanently sealed off because it connected to one of the palace's many secret passages. She'd said it with a wink, like it was part of the show. At the time, it was. Now, the sight of that locked door made my skin feel too tight. We went to bed around 11. My friend Chris was in the bed closer to the main door, and I was by the locked one. The room was dead quiet, the kind of deep silence you only find in massive old stone buildings. It was a heavy silence, a blanket that seemed to smother any little noise. I remember lying there for a long time, staring up at the skylight, watching clouds drift across the moon. I could hear Chris's breathing even out as he fell asleep. I felt envious. I was keyed up, my senses on high alert for no good reason. It was just a room. I must have drifted off eventually, because the next thing I knew I was jolted awake. Not slowly, but all at once, like someone had dumped a bucket of cold water over my head. My heart was already hammering against my ribs. I didn't know why at first. I just lay there, frozen, listening. The moon had moved. The rectangle of light was now stretching across the foot of my bed. The room was freezing. I'd gone to sleep, feeling comfortably warm, but now the cold was seeping through the blankets, a damp, invasive chill that felt like it was coming from the stones themselves. Then I heard it. It was the sound of wood groaning under immense pressure. A long, slow, painful creak. It wasn't from the hall, it was coming from right beside me, from the locked door. My eyes snapped to it. In the dim moonlight, I could see the dark outline of the door. And as I watched, paralyzed, I saw the handle, a thick iron latch, twitch. It didn't rattle, it moved downwards just a fraction of an inch, with a solid metallic clunk. My breath caught in my throat. This wasn't the house settling. This was something trying the handle, something on the other side of that door. A thud followed. It wasn't a loud, dramatic bang. It was a dull, heavy impact, like someone had leaned their full weight against the door from the other side, or maybe slumped against it. The sound was so final, so physically present in the silent room, that it vibrated through my bed frame. That's when the panic truly set in. It was a cold, sharp terror that shot down my spine and pooled in my stomach. My first instinct, my only instinct, was light. I needed to see. On the small wooden crate I was using as a bedside table, I had a box of matches and a candle the palace had provided for atmosphere. My hand, trembling so badly I could barely control it, fumbled across the surface of the crate. My fingers brushed against the rough wood, then closed around the small cardboard box. I pulled it toward me, my other hand searching for the candle. I found its solid, waxen shape. I had to see. I had to break this suffocating darkness. I managed to get a match out of the box. I positioned it against the strike pad. My thumb was poised to swipe. And then a hand closed over mine. It wasn't a grab. It wasn't violent. It was a gentle, firm pressure, fingers settling over my own, holding my thumb still, preventing the match from lighting. The touch was ice cold, not like skin that's been out in the winter, but a profound, deep cold, the kind that feels like it's sucking the heat right out of your bones. I think I made a sound, a choked-off gasp that was more air than noise. Every muscle in my body locked solid, my brain short-circuited. This wasn't possible. Chris was asleep across the room. There was no one else here, but the feeling was unmistakable. A hand, a human hand, slender-fingered, was on top of mine. I could feel the individual pressure of each finger. I yanked my hand back with a convulsive jerk, scrambling backwards on the bed until my shoulders hit the cold stone wall. The matches scattered across the floor. My heart wasn't just thudding now, it was a frantic, wild drumbeat in my ears, so loud I was sure it would wake Chris. I stared into the darkness where my bedside table was, expecting to see a shape, a person, something. There was nothing. But then, in the corner of the room, near the sealed door, a light began to form. It wasn't a flashlight beam or anything solid. It was like a patch of fog beginning to glow from within. a soft, phosphorescent grey light that swirled and coalesced, pulling itself together from the very air. It grew brighter, taking on a shape, a human shape. It solidified into the form of a woman. She was tall and slender, and she was wearing clothes that looked completely wrong. A long, dark dress that fell to the floor with a high collar and sleeves that were tight to the wrist. It wasn't a costume from the gift shop. It looked worn, real. Her hair was pulled up, but strands of it had come loose and framed her face, which was pale and seemed to be carved from the same faint light as the rest of her. She wasn't transparent, not exactly, but she wasn't solid either. She had a density to her, a presence that displaced the air. She had drifted, or maybe just appeared, from the direction of the sealed doors. She didn't walk. There was no sound of footsteps. She just was there. And then she moved, gliding silently across the floorboards to the far corner of the room, the one deepest in shadow. She stopped, and she turned her head. She looked directly at me. Her eyes were the worst part. They weren't empty sockets or glowing orbs. They were just eyes, dark and deep, and they were full of a sorrow so profound, so bottomless, that it felt like a physical weight in the room. I could feel it pressing down on my chest. It was a grief that had been festering for centuries. I don't know how long we stayed like that, locked in that silent, horrifying stare. My fear was a living thing, clawing its way up my throat, but underneath the terror, a bizarre, desperate thought surfaced. She was in pain. I could feel it radiating from her, a cold wave of despair. My voice, when I found it, was a dry, cracked whisper. It didn't even sound like me. "Can I help you?" I asked. The words hung in the frozen air. She didn't respond. She didn't nod or shake her head. Her expression didn't change. But her eyes, they seemed to somehow hold even more sorrow, as if my question had only reminded her of why she was there. Slowly, deliberately, she raised her hands. They were pale and graceful. She brought them up, not in a threatening way, but in a gesture of utter hopelessness. And then she knelt, right there on the floor, in the corner of my room. She knelt like someone in prayer, or like someone whose legs could no longer hold them. She brought her hands up to her face and covered it, a gesture of such pure, unadulterated anguish that I felt my own eyes sting with sympathetic tears. And then she was gone. It wasn't a fade out, it was instantaneous. 1 second she was there, a kneeling figure of light and grief, and the next second there was nothing. It was like a candle flame being blown out. One moment there's light and movement, and the next there's only the after-image and the smell of smoke. But the grief didn't vanish with her. It lingered. The air in the room remained thick with it, a heavy, cold residue of despair that made it hard to breathe. The terror of the unseen hand was still screaming in my nerves, but this feeling of profound loss was something else entirely. It was worse in a way. I don't know how long I sat there, pressed against the wall, shaking. It could have been 2 minutes or 20. Eventually, the primal need for light overpowered my paralysis. I slid off the bed, my legs so weak they almost buckled, and I crawled on my hands and knees on the cold floorboards, patting around until my fingers closed around the fallen box of matches. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely hold a match. It took me 3 tries to strike one. The sudden sharp scratch and the flare of light was almost as shocking as the apparition had been. I lit the candle with a trembling hand, and the small, warm, yellow flame pushed back the oppressive darkness, creating a tiny bubble of sanctuary around me. I was shaken to my core, but a strange, eerie calm was settling over me. The blind, animal panic was receding, replaced by a deep, unsettling realization. I looked over at the corner where she had knelt. There was nothing there. I looked at the locked door. It was just a door again. I knew, with a certainty that went beyond logic, that I hadn't seen a ghost in the way they show in movies. This wasn't an intelligent spirit trying to communicate. It felt older than that, sadder, It felt like a stain, a scar on the fabric of the place. A moment of such intense suffering that it had been imprinted on that room, on that corner, playing itself out over and over again for anyone unlucky enough to be there when the conditions were right. A residual echo of a soul in torment. I sat on the edge of my bed, the candle flickering, and watched the sky through the skylight begin to lighten from black to deep blue. I didn't sleep again. I just waited for the dawn, the feeling of that ice-cold hand on mine, and the image of that kneeling woman burned into my mind. The terror of that unseen touch, the silent, grieving apparition, it left me with more questions than answers. It made me wonder not about ghosts, but about history, about the real human pain that saturates old places like Hampton Court. The dark secrets aren't just stories in a guidebook. They're moments, frozen in time, waiting in the dark. And sometimes, in the dead of night, in a room with a locked door, they reach out and make you a part of them. I felt her sorrow in that room, a cold weight that stayed long after she was gone, and I still don't know why she was there or what she lost, only that some grief is so strong it never really dies. Teu, Story 10. That day started like any other since he'd been gone. I drove over to my sister's place. It's the house our dad lived in for years, and she moved in after he died to keep it in the family. The air always feels different there, heavier, like the walls are holding on to all the memories we shared. I pulled into the driveway around midday, the sun beating down, but it didn't warm me up like it used to. Everything felt off, like I was walking into a place that wasn't quite real anymore. I'd been begging my sister for weeks to help me get the pictures from the attic. See, for his last Father's Day, I gave him this picture frame filled with old family photos, him and Mom from their wedding day, me and my sister as kids, all those moments that used to make him smile. He loved that thing, kept it on the mantelpiece where he could see it every day. After he died, my sister boxed it up and stuck it in the attic, said it was too painful to have around. But I couldn't let it go. Those pictures felt like pieces of him, and I needed them back. When I walked in, the house was quiet, too quiet. My sister was in the kitchen sipping coffee, and her boyfriend was out back doing something with the lawn. I didn't bother with small talk. I just went straight to it. "Please, can we just get the pictures today?" I said, my voice sounding shaky even to me. She sighed like she'd heard it 1,000,000 times before and shook her head. "Not today, okay? The attic's a mess and I'm not in the mood to climb up there." I felt this knot tighten in my stomach, this frustration bubbling up. It wasn't just about the pictures, it was about feeling close to him again, like if I could just hold them, maybe I'd stop missing him so much. We ended up sitting in the living room for a while, not saying much. The TV was on low, some reality show, but I couldn't focus. Every creak of the floorboards made me jump, and I kept glancing at the ceiling, toward the attic. I remember thinking how stupid it was to be scared of an empty space, but it wasn't empty. It was full of his things, and maybe something else. As the day dragged on, the light started to fade, and that's when the unease really set in. The house has this old-fashioned attic hatch in the hallway ceiling, one of those pull-down ladders that's always been a pain to deal with. It's latched shut with a simple metal hook, nothing fancy, but it's always held firm, or it had, until that night. I decided to stay over because it was getting late, and I didn't want to drive home in the dark. My sister and her boyfriend went to bed around 11, but I couldn't sleep. I was on the couch in the living room, wrapped in a blanket that still smelled like my dad. This faint mix of aftershave and old books. I lay there for what felt like hours, just staring at the shadows on the walls, listening to the house settle. You know how old houses groan and pop, like they're talking to themselves. Usually it's comforting, but that night every sound felt intentional, like someone was moving around up there. Then it happened. I must have dozed off for a bit, because I jerked awake to this loud, sudden bang. It wasn't like a door slamming or something falling. It was this sharp, metallic crash that echoed through the whole house. My heart leaped into my throat, and I sat bolt upright, my ears ringing. For a second I thought I'd dreamed it, but then I heard it again. Bang, 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 like something was hitting the ceiling over and over. I fumbled for my phone, the screen blinding me in the dark, and saw it was just past 3 in the morning. The noise was coming from the hallway, right where the attic hatch is. I could feel my hands trembling as I pushed the blanket off and stood up, my legs wobbly. The floor was cold under my feet, and I remember how the air felt thick, almost hard to breathe. I crept toward the hallway, my heart pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. When I got there, I saw it. The attic latch had dropped open. The metal hook was swinging back and forth, banging against the wooden frame of the hatch with each movement. Clang, clang, clang. It wasn't just loose. It was like something had yanked it free. I stood there frozen, staring up at it, and that's when the fear really hit me. It wasn't rational. It was this deep, gut-level terror that made my skin crawl. Why would it open on its own? There's no draft up there, no reason for it to just fall like that. I called out softly, "Hello?" But there was no answer. The house was dead silent except for that banging. I thought about waking my sister or her boyfriend, but something held me back. What if they didn't hear it? What if it was just me? I inched closer, my breath coming in short gasps, and reached out to push the hook back into place. My fingers were ice cold, and when I touched the metal, it felt unnaturally smooth, like it had been polished by all the movement. As soon as I latched it shut, the banging stopped. Just like that, the silence that followed was worse, heavy and expectant, like the house was holding its breath. I stood there for what felt like forever, waiting for something else to happen, but nothing did. My whole body was shaking, and I could feel sweat trickling down my back despite the chill in the air. I backed away slowly, not taking my eyes off the hatch, and stumbled back to the couch. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Every little noise made me jump. The fridge humming, a car passing outside, even my own breathing. I kept replaying it in my head. The sound, the swinging hook, the way it felt like a message. See, that's the thing. As scared as I was, part of me wondered if it was my dad. He was always practical, the kind of guy who'd fix things around the house himself, and that latch had been loose for years. He'd meant to tighten it, but he never got around to it. Now here it was, banging in the middle of the night, right after I'd been begging for those pictures. It felt like he was telling me to get them, like he was saying, "They're up here, come and get them." But why then? Why so loud and violent? It wasn't comforting, it was eerie, like he was angry or impatient. I thought about how my mum had dog-sat for my sister a few weeks back and said the same thing happened to her. The latch dropped open and banged around, waking her up. At the time, I brushed it off, thought it was just the house settling, but now, experiencing it myself, it felt connected, like it was only happening when someone who cared about the pictures was around. The next morning, when the sun finally came up, I felt drained, like I'd run a marathon. My sister came out of her room, yawning, and asked if I'd slept okay. I almost told her everything, but the words stuck in my throat. She looked so normal, so untouched by it all, and I didn't want to sound crazy. Her boyfriend was already making coffee, and the house felt ordinary again, like nothing had happened. But I knew it had. I could still feel the echo of that banging in my bones. I tried to bring up the pictures again over breakfast, but my sister just shrugged and said, "Maybe this weekend." I wanted to scream, to tell her about the night, but I didn't. Instead, I left early, driving home with the radio blasting to drown out my thoughts. The whole way, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something, but it was just empty road. That was months ago, and I still haven't gotten the pictures. The latch hasn't banged since, not that I know of, but every time I visit, I find myself staring at that hatch, waiting. It's like this unresolved thing hanging over me. and part of me is too scared to push it, to finally go up there and see what's waiting. But another part, the part that misses my dad, finds a weird comfort in it. Like he's still around, watching over us, even if his way of saying hello is enough to make my blood run cold. I don't know what to make of it all. Was it him? Was it just the house? I'll probably never have answers, but that night, that one specific day, changed something in me. It's not just grief anymore. It's this lingering fear mixed with hope. And I can't shake the feeling that until I get those pictures, it's not over. But for now, I'm left with the memory of that banging, loud and clear, and the chill that runs down my spine every time I think about it. Adieu. Story 11. It started when I went to bed around 11 o'clock. I've been sleeping poorly since she passed, so I wasn't expecting much, just the usual restless tossing and turning. But this time, as soon as I closed my eyes, it was like I slipped into something deeper. I wasn't just asleep, I was somewhere else entirely. I found myself standing under this huge old tree that I recognized instantly. It was the one in the park where we used to go on picnics when we were first dating. The air smelled like damp earth and fresh grass, and I could feel a cool breeze on my skin, which is weird because in dreams, you don't usually feel things that vividly. She was there, standing right in front of me, looking exactly like she did the last time I saw her alive. Her hair was tied back in that loose way she always did it, and she was wearing that blue dress she loved, the one with the little flowers on it. I remember thinking how real she looked, not like a memory or a ghost, but solid, like I could reach out and touch her. And I did. I took her hand, and it felt warm, just like it used to. We started dancing slowly, not to any music I could hear, but it felt natural, like we were swaying to some rhythm, only we knew. As we danced, she started talking about things I'd completely forgotten. She reminded me of this dinner we'd planned for our anniversary, something simple at that Italian place downtown. I hadn't thought about that in years, but she described it in detail. How we were going to order the lasagna and share a bottle of wine, and how she'd been secretly saving up for a little gift for me. Then she brought up this time in college, when we almost got expelled for pulling a prank on the dean. I'd buried that memory because it was embarrassing, but she laughed about it, saying how stupid we were, but how much fun we had. Her voice was so clear, not echoey or distant like in most dreams. It was like she was right there whispering in my ear. After a while, she led me over to this vintage car parked nearby, an old convertible, cream-colored with red seats. I don't know how I knew it was vintage. It just felt like it belonged in another time. We got in, and she started showing me scenes from her life, like little snapshots playing out around us. I saw her as a kid, running through a field with her dog, and then as a teenager, laughing with friends. It was all so vivid, like I was watching a movie, but I could feel the leather seats under me and smell the faint scent of gasoline and old perfume. She didn't say much during this, just pointed things out with a smile, but I could feel this deep connection, like she was sharing parts of herself I'd never fully understood before. As we sat there, I started feeling incredibly drowsy. It wasn't the kind of tiredness you get from lack of sleep. It was more like a heavy, warm blanket wrapping around me. My eyes got heavy, and I could barely keep them open. That's when she leaned in close, her face just inches from mine, and whispered, "I'll always be near." Her breath was warm on my skin, and it sent a shiver down my spine. It wasn't a scary shiver at first. It felt comforting, like a promise. But then, everything started fading, and I felt myself drifting away from her. I woke up suddenly, my heart pounding like I'd been running. The room was dark, and for a second I didn't know where I was. Then it all crashed down on me, the dream, her voice, that whisper. I sat up in bed, and I could still feel the warmth of her hand in mine like a phantom sensation. Tears were streaming down my face, and I didn't even realize I'd been crying. The love I felt was overwhelming, like a floodgate had opened, and all these memories I'd locked away came rushing back. But along with it came this crushing guilt. Why hadn't I remembered those things before? Why did it take a dream to make me feel close to her again? I got out of bed and stumbled to the bathroom, my legs feeling weak. I splashed water on my face, but it didn't help. I could still smell the grass from the dream, and when I looked in the mirror, my eyes were red and puffy. I kept expecting to see her reflection behind me, but it was just me, alone. The whole thing felt so real that part of me wondered if I'd actually been somewhere else, like my mind had taken a trip without my body. I spent the next hour or so just sitting on the edge of my bed, trying to piece it all together. The sun started coming up, casting this pale light through the window, but it didn't make me feel any better. Normally, dreams fade fast once you're awake, but this one stuck with me. I could still feel the texture of her dress under my fingers, the way the tree bark felt rough against my back when we leaned against it. I even remembered the exact way her hair moved in the breeze, something I hadn't thought about in years. As the day went on, I tried to go about my usual routine, making coffee, checking emails, but I was distracted. Every little noise made me jump, and I kept catching myself looking over my shoulder like I expected her to be there. Once I thought I heard her laugh from another room, but when I went to check, it was just the TV I'd left on. My hands wouldn't stop trembling, and I had to put my coffee down because I was afraid I'd spill it. The guilt was the worst part. I kept thinking about all the times I could have been a better husband, all the little moments I took for granted. The dream brought it all back in sharp focus, and it hurt more than I expected. Around midday, I decided to go for a walk to clear my head. I ended up at that park with the tree from the dream. It was weird seeing it in real life. It looked exactly the same, but smaller, less magical. I stood under it for a while, half hoping she'd appear again, but of course she didn't. The air didn't smell like damp earth. It smelled like car exhaust and cut grass from the mowers. I felt a lump in my throat, and I had to sit down on a bench because my knees were shaking. That's when it hit me how scary the whole thing was. Not because it was a nightmare with monsters or anything, but because it felt like she'd actually visited me, and now I was left with this emptiness that I couldn't fill. I thought about the vintage car from the dream, and realized it reminded me of one her dad used to own. She'd talked about it a few times, how they go for drives on Sundays. I'd never seen it myself, but in the dream, it felt familiar, like I'd been in it before. That kind of detail is what makes it so unsettling. How could my brain come up with something so specific that I didn't even know I remembered? By evening, I was exhausted, but I couldn't relax. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face, heard her whisper. I tried watching TV to distract myself, but nothing worked. I felt this constant chill, like someone was watching me, and I kept turning around expecting to see something. Once, I thought I felt a hand on my shoulder, but when I spun around, there was nothing. It's those little things that make you question your sanity. I'm not a superstitious person, but this experience has me wondering if there's more to dreams than we think. As night fell, I knew I had to try to sleep again, but I was terrified. What if I dreamed of her again? What if it was even more real this time? Or what if I didn't dream of her at all, and I was left with this hollow feeling forever? I lay down in bed staring at the ceiling, and I could still feel the echo of that drowsiness from the dream, like it had left a mark on me. My body felt heavy, and my mind was racing with all these what-ifs. I don't know how long I lay there before I finally drifted off, but when I did, it wasn't the same. No dream, no her, just darkness. And when I woke up this morning, the love and guilt were still there, but now they're mixed with this deep, unsettling fear. Because if that dream was so real, what does that say about everything else? Why did it happen now, after all this time? I have no answers, and that's the scariest part. It's like she reached out from somewhere I can't understand, and now I'm stuck here, trying to make sense of something that might never make sense. And that's where it ends. I'm sitting here now, writing this, and I still feel her presence, like a shadow I can't shake. I don't know what to do next, or if I'll ever get over it. All I know is that last night changed something in me, and I don't think I'll ever be the same. Story 12. I still don't know how to explain what happened that day. It's been months, and I can't shake the feeling like something's stuck in my chest every time I think about it. I'm just sitting here typing this out because maybe putting it into words will help, or maybe it'll just make it worse. But I need to get it off my chest. I hadn't been back to my father's house in 15 years, not since I was a kid. Life took me away. College, jobs, all that stuff. And I never found a reason to go back. The place always felt off to me, even when I was young. Not in a scary way, just heavy, like the air was thicker there. But my dad had been having some health issues, nothing serious, but enough that I felt guilty for staying away so long. So I packed a bag, loaded up my dog, Buddy, and drove the 6 hours to get there. The house is old, really old. It's one of those places that's been in the family for generations, but it's not some fancy historic home. It's just a simple 2-story house with peeling paint and a creaky porch. The land around it is mostly woods, and I remember my dad telling me stories when I was little about how the house was built on top of what used to be a Stone Age grave. He said it like it was no big deal, just a piece of local history. But as a kid, it stuck with me. I'd have dreams about it sometimes, nothing too bad, just weird. I pulled up that morning around 10 o'clock. The sun was out, but it felt weak, like it couldn't quite penetrate the trees around the property. Buddy started whining as soon as we turned onto the dirt road leading to the house. He's a big, usually brave German shepherd, but he was acting skittish, panting and pacing in the back seat. I figured it was just the long drive or the new smells. My dad came out to greet me. He looked older, more tired than I remembered, but he smiled and gave me a hug. We spent the first couple hours catching up, sitting in the living room with coffee. The house smelled the same, dust and old wood, with a hint of something earthy, like damp soil. I kept feeling like someone was watching me from the corners of the room, but every time I glanced over, there was nothing. I chalked it up to nerves. Around noon, I went upstairs to put my stuff in my old room. The stairs creaked under my weight, and I noticed how quiet the house was, even with my dad moving around downstairs. It wasn't a peaceful quiet. It was the kind that feels like it's waiting for something. My room was at the end of the hall, and as I walked toward it, I got this sudden headache, sharp and right behind my eyes. It came out of nowhere, and I had to stop for a second, leaning against the wall. Buddy, who had followed me up, started growling low in his throat, staring at the closed door to my room. I shook it off and went in. The room was exactly how I left it, which was weird because I thought my dad would have cleared it out. Bed, desk, a few posters still on the walls. But it felt different, colder. I set my bag down and decided to explore a bit, just to shake the unease. That's when I heard the first crash. It came from downstairs like something heavy falling over. I rushed down, thinking my dad had dropped something. He was in the kitchen, looking confused. "Did you hear that?" he asked. I nodded, and we both went to check the living room. Nothing was out of place. No broken dishes, no fallen books. Just everything where it should be. My dad shrugged and said it was probably the house settling, but he had this look in his eyes, like he didn't quite believe it. The rest of the afternoon was quiet, but the feeling of being watched got stronger. I'd catch movement in the corner of my eye, but when I turned, there was nothing. Buddy stayed close to me, his ears perked up, like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. We went for a walk around the property, and I asked my dad about the grave again. He said, "Yeah, it's still there, under the house somewhere." Archaeologists found it decades ago when they were building an addition, but they left it alone. He said it like it was normal, but I could tell it made him uncomfortable too. As evening rolled in, around 6 o'clock, things started to pick up. I was in the kitchen helping my dad with dinner when we heard footsteps on the ceiling. Clear, heavy steps, like someone was walking around upstairs. We both froze. Buddy started barking, hackles raised, staring at the ceiling. My dad looked at me and said, "There's no one up there." We went to check, and of course the upstairs was empty. All the doors were closed, nothing out of place. But the air felt charged, like after a storm. That's when the knocks started. At first, they were soft, almost polite taps on the front door. I thought it might be a neighbor or something, but when I looked out the window, no one was there. The knocks came again, a little louder this time. Buddy went crazy, barking and scratching at the door. My dad told him to calm down, but I could see the worry on his face. We opened the door, and there was nothing. Just the empty porch and the darkening sky. We tried to act normal, sitting down to eat, but neither of us had much appetite. The knocks kept happening every few minutes, moving around the house, sometimes on the door, sometimes on the windows. It was always crisp, like someone knocking with their knuckles, not random banging. Buddy wouldn't stop whining. He was pressed against my legs, shaking. I've never seen him so scared. After dinner, around 8 o'clock, we decided to watch TV in the living room, just to distract ourselves. But the noises got worse. Heavy thuds started coming from overhead, like someone was dropping furniture. My dad looked pale. "I hear it too," he whispered. That shared fear hit me hard. It wasn't just in my head. We both heard it. We both felt it. I remember sitting there, my heart pounding, and I had this intense headache again, worse than before. It felt like pressure building inside my skull. Every time I thought about going to another room, I'd hesitate, like my body didn't want to move. It was irrational, but I felt like if I stepped into the hallway, something would be there waiting. The climax came later that night, around 11. We were still in the living room, the TV on low, but neither of us was watching. The knocks had been quiet for a bit, but then they started again, faster and louder. They weren't just on the doors and windows anymore. They were coming from the walls, the ceiling, everywhere. It sounded like someone was running around the house, pounding on everything. Buddy was hiding under the couch, trembling and whining. My dad and I just stared at each other, too scared to speak. Then the heavy thuds overhead returned, so loud it sounded like the ceiling was going to cave in. I could feel the vibrations through the floor. My dad stood up, his hands shaking, and said, "We need to get out of here." But we didn't move. It was like we were frozen. The knocks escalated into a frenzy, like whatever it was had gotten angry or excited. I felt this cold dread wash over me, and I knew, just knew, that it had something to do with me coming back after all these years. Like my return woke it up, and then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. Complete silence. The knocks, the thuds, everything, gone. The house was dead quiet, except for Buddy's soft whimpers. My dad and I just stood there, breathing heavily, not saying a word. We waited for what felt like hours, but it was probably only minutes. Nothing else happened. We ended up sleeping in the same room that night, with the lights on. I didn't sleep much. Every little noise made me jump. The next morning, things were back to normal, but the fear stayed. I left later that day, and I haven't been back since. My dad says nothing else has happened, but he doesn't like talking about it. I still don't know what it was. Maybe it was the grave. Maybe it was something else. But that day, in that house, I felt a terror I've never felt before, and I can't explain it away. It's just there, hanging over me, and I doubt I'll ever forget it. Story 13. It was 1:40 in the morning. I know that because I looked at my phone the second my eyes snapped open. That's the worst part, I think. I wasn't already awake. I was dead asleep, And then I just wasn't. It was like a switch flipped. 1 second I was in a dream, the next I was staring at the dark ceiling of my room, my bladder screaming at me. I lay there for a minute, trying to will the feeling away, but it was no use. I had to go. My room was at the end of the hall, right next to the bathroom, which was usually a blessing. That night, it felt like a curse. The house was its usual kind of quiet, the kind that's full of tiny sounds you never notice during the day. The low hum of the refrigerator, the creak of the floorboards settling, the faint whistle of wind outside my window. It was all normal. I threw back my covers, and the cold air hit my legs, making me shiver. I didn't bother with slippers, just padded barefoot across my rug and onto the cool hardwood of the hallway. The hall was dark, but a little sliver of light was coming from under the bathroom door. That was weird. My mom is a stickler for turning off lights. I figured maybe my older brother was still up playing games or something. I pushed the door open, and the light was harsh, making me squint. I did my business quickly, the sound of the toilet flushing obnoxiously loud in the silence. As I was washing my hands, I heard something. Voices from outside. I turned off the tap and listened. It was my mom's voice, for sure. It had that specific, slightly tired tone she gets when she's been up too late. And then my brother's voice, my older brother, answering her. They were talking right outside the front door, which is just down the hall from the bathroom. It sounded like they were standing on the porch. I remember feeling a flicker of annoyance. What were they doing out there at almost 2 in the morning? Having a secret meeting? It was weird, but not scary, just weird. I dried my hands on the towel and reached for the doorknob to head back to my room. That's when I noticed it. The bathroom door was already open. Not all the way, but about a foot wide. I froze, my hand hovering in the air. I was 100% certain I had closed it when I came in. I always close it. It's a habit. But there it was, open, showing a slice of the dark hallway. A cold feeling, totally different from the chill in the air, started in my stomach and spread outwards. My skin prickled. I stood there, not moving, just listening. The voices from outside had stopped. The house was dead silent again. Too silent. It was the kind of silence that feels heavy, like it's pressing in on your ears. I could hear my own heart thumping in my chest, a dull, fast rhythm. I had to get back to my room. I just had to. I took a step forward and pushed the door the rest of the way open. It swung inward without a sound. The hallway was a tunnel of pure black. The nightlight in the socket near my parents' room was out. I remember thinking, the bulb must have blown. I took another step, my bare feet cold on the floorboards. I was about to make a run for it when I felt it. A presence. It's hard to describe, but you know it when you feel it. It's like the air gets thicker, and you get this primal animal certainty that you are not alone, that something is right there with you in the dark, watching you. It wasn't a shape or a sound, it was just a feeling, a deep instinctual knowledge that made the hair on my arms and the back of my neck stand straight up, my breath caught in my throat. I couldn't move. I was paralyzed, staring into the blackness of the hall, knowing with every fiber of my being that something was standing just a few feet away from me, hidden by the dark. Then, from right there in the hallway, from the space where I felt that presence, a voice called my name. It was my mum's voice, but it was wrong. It was scratchy and parched, like someone who hadn't had a drink of water in days, was trying to force sound through a throat full of sand. It was a dry, rattling whisper, but it carried through the silence with a horrible clarity. It mimicked her exact cadence, the way she says my name with a little lift at the end. But the texture of it was all wrong. It was a voice that had never been human. It was a copy, a bad copy, and the wrongness of it sent a jolt of pure, undiluted terror straight through my system. My body broke out of its freeze. I didn't think. I just moved. I slammed the bathroom door shut so hard the frame shook. My hands were shaking, my whole body was trembling. I fumbled for the lock, a little twist lock bolt near the top of the door. My fingers were numb and clumsy, slipping off the cool metal. I finally got it, twisting it with a loud, solid click that sounded like the best noise I had ever heard. I backed away from the door, pressing myself against the cold tiles of the far wall, next to the bathtub. I couldn't breathe right. I was taking these short, ragged gasps. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it would break them. I stared at the door, waiting for something to happen, for the doorknob to turn, for that voice to call my name again, for something to try and get in. Nothing happened. The house was silent again. The only sound was my own panicked breathing and the blood roaring in my ears. I stood there for what felt like an hour, just shaking, my eyes glued to the crack under the door, watching for any shift in the light or shadow. Nothing. A thought cut through the panic. Mom, my brother, they were outside. That thing had been in here, mimicking her. Where were they? Were they okay? The fear for them started to override the fear for myself. I had to get to them. I had to make sure they were safe. I looked around the bathroom for a weapon. The only thing I could see was a heavy ceramic soap dispenser on the sink. It was stupid, but it was better than nothing. I grabbed it, the cool, smooth weight feeling pathetic in my hand. I unlocked the door. The click was deafening. I turned the knob slowly, so slowly, and pulled the door open a crack. The hallway was still pitch black. I strained my ears, listening. Nothing. I pushed the door open wider, my grip tight on the soap dispenser, ready to throw it or swing it or whatever you do with the soap dispenser. I took a step into the hall, then another. Every shadow looked like a person. Every creak of the house made me jump. I inched my way down the hall, past my room, toward the living room. The front door came into view. It was closed, locked. The deadbolt was thrown. I peeked around the corner into the living room, and there she was, my mom. She was asleep on the couch, curled up under her favorite knitted blanket. The TV was off. A single lamp on the end table was on, casting a soft, warm glow over her. She was breathing deeply, sound asleep. The sight of her, safe and normal, should have been a relief, but it just made the cold knot in my stomach tighten. If she was here, asleep, who or what had I been talking to outside? What had called my name in the hall? I must have made a sound, a whimper or a shaky breath, because my older brother came out of his room then. He looked tired, his hair messy, squinting in the low light. "What are you doing?" he whispered, his voice rough with sleep. I couldn't form words. I just pointed vaguely toward the hall, toward the bathroom, my hand trembling. My face must have said everything, because his expression shifted from annoyance to concern. "What's wrong?" he asked, coming closer. I finally found my voice, but it was a thin, reedy thing. I heard Mom, outside, and then in the hall. A voice. He looked from me to our mum, sleeping peacefully on the couch. He shook his head. "She's been asleep for hours. I came out to get water around midnight and she was already out." "But I heard her," I insisted, my voice cracking. "I heard you both talking outside the front door." "I've been in my room since 11, he said, his voice low and serious. He looked spooked now, too. He ran a hand through his hair. "But you're not the only one." "What do you mean?" He glanced down the hall toward our younger brother's room. "Earlier, a few hours ago, he came into my room totally freaked out, said he woke up because he heard Mom calling him from the kitchen. He said her voice sounded wrong. He said it sounded like it was coming from the wrong place, like from the ceiling or something, and it was all scratchy. He was too scared to get out of bed, so he just hid under his covers until he fell back asleep. I thought he'd just had a bad dream." The world seemed to tilt. It wasn't just me. My little brother had heard it too, the same scratchy, wrong voice, mimicking our mom. The terror of my own experience was bad enough, but knowing it had happened to him, that this thing had been in our house, moving around, trying to lure us out of our rooms, it made my legs feel weak. This wasn't a one-off. This was something that was here, in our home, hunting. We stood there in the dim living room light, just looking at each other. There was nothing else to say. We both knew. We both understood that something impossible and terrifying had happened. We didn't wake our mum. What would we even say? We just stood there, two brothers bound together by a shared unspeakable fear. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I went back to my room and locked the door, which I never do. I sat on my bed with my back against the wall, staring at the door, listening to every single sound the house made. Every creak was a footstep. Every rustle of the wind was that dry, rasping whisper. The feeling of that presence in the hall never really left me. It felt like it had left a stain on the air, a cold spot in my memory that I couldn't warm up. The sun came up eventually, bleaching the world back to normal. But the normal felt flimsy, like a cheap coat of paint over something rotten. We never talked about it again as a family. My younger brother and I exchanged a few scared looks over the next few days, but we never voiced it. My older brother acted like it never happened. My mum was oblivious, and that's it. There's no explanation, no mysterious figure seen in the neighborhood, no history of the house being haunted, nothing. Just that one night, that one feeling of a presence in the dark hall, and that one horrible, scratchy voice that sounded almost, but not quite, like my mother. It's been years now, and I still get a tightness in my chest if I have to get up to use the bathroom in the middle of the night. I still sometimes lie awake, listening, wondering if I'll hear it again. I never have, but I know it was real. But I know what I felt, I know what I heard. And I know that for a few hours one night something was in our house with us, and we have no idea what it was, or what it wanted, or why it chose to sound like her. Story 14. I was just a dumb kid back then, maybe 16 or 17, and me and my friends were always looking for something to do on the weekends that wasn't just hanging out at the mall or someone's basement. We lived in a pretty boring town, nothing much going on. So when someone mentioned the old abandoned asylum on the edge of town, it was like a dare we couldn't resist. I don't even remember who brought it up first, but once the idea was out there, it stuck in our heads like glue. We'd heard stories about the place, how it shut down decades ago, how people said it was haunted, but we laughed it off. Ghosts weren't real, right? That's what I thought anyway. That Saturday we decided to go. It was one of those grey, overcast days where the sky looks like it's made of dirty cotton, and the air felt heavy, like it was pressing down on everything. We met up at my friend's house. I'm not using names because honestly it doesn't matter now, and I don't want to drag them into this more than I already have. There were 3 of us, including me. We piled into a beat-up car one of them had borrowed from his older brother, and the whole drive over, we were joking around, trying to scare each other with made-up stories about the asylum. I remember the radio was playing some staticky classic rock station, and the windows were down, letting in that damp, earthy smell you get before it rains. When we got there, the place looked even creepier than I imagined. The asylum was this huge, crumbling brick building with broken windows and vines crawling up the sides like snakes. The front gates were chained shut, but someone had cut a hole in the fence around back, so we slipped through there. The ground was muddy from recent rain, and our shoes sank in with every step, making this squelching sound that seemed way too loud in the silence. As we got closer, I could smell it, this mix of mold, dust, and something else, something sour and old, like forgotten memories. It made my stomach twist a little. We pushed open a heavy wooden door that was hanging off its hinges, and it creaked so loud I thought for sure someone would hear us, but there was no one around for miles. Inside, it was dark, like someone had turned off the sun. The only light came from cracks in the ceiling and the few windows that weren't boarded up. Dust motes floated in the beams, dancing in the air like tiny ghosts. The floor was covered in rubble, broken tiles, plaster, and what looked like old medical equipment scattered around. I stepped on something that crunched under my foot, and when I looked down, it was a shattered light bulb. My heart was already starting to beat faster, and I could feel this cold sweat on the back of my neck. We started exploring, moving through hallways that felt like they went on forever. The walls were peeling, with faded paint and graffiti from other kids who'd been here before. Someone had spray-painted "Get Out" in red letters on one wall, and I tried to laugh it off, but it sent a shiver down my spine. My friends were ahead of me, and I could hear their footsteps echoing, but after a while, they started getting quiet. The joking stopped, and we were all just listening, like we were waiting for something to happen. The air felt thicker in there, harder to breathe, and it was cold. Not just regular cold, but a deep, damp chill that seeped into my bones. I kept rubbing my arms to warm up, but it didn't help. We found a room that must have been some kind of common area or something. There were old, rusted beds lined up against the walls, and the mattresses were stained and torn, with stuffing coming out. One of my friends pointed to a corner where a chair was overturned, and he whispered, "Did you see that move?" I didn't see anything, but the way he said it made my skin crawl. We all stood there for a minute, not talking, just listening to the silence. Then we heard a noise, a soft scraping sound, like something dragging across the floor upstairs. My heart jumped into my throat, and I felt this rush of adrenaline that made my hands shake. One of my friends said, "I'm out of here," and he turned around and started heading back the way we came. The other one followed him, not even looking back. I called after them, but they were already halfway down the hall, their footsteps fading fast. For a second, I thought about leaving too, but something kept me there. Maybe it was pride, or maybe it was curiosity. But I didn't want to be the one who ran away. So I stayed, alone in that room with the dust and the shadows. The silence felt heavier now, like it was watching me. I could hear my own breathing, too loud, and my pulse thumping in my ears. That's when I remembered the Ouija board. We'd brought it as a joke, one of those cheap cardboard ones from a toy store, and it was in my backpack. I don't know why I decided to use it then. Maybe to prove to myself that I wasn't scared, or maybe because I felt like I had to. I unzipped my bag and pulled it out, my hands trembling so bad I almost dropped it. I found a relatively clean spot on the floor, away from the broken glass, and sat down, cross-legged. The board felt flimsy in my hands, and the planchette was this plastic thing with a little window in the middle. I set it up, placing the board flat on the ground, and put my fingers on the planchette like I'd seen in movies. My heart was racing now, and I could feel this cold knot in my stomach. I took a deep breath and asked out loud, "Is anyone here?" My voice sounded small and shaky in the big, empty room. At first, nothing happened. The planchette didn't move, and I felt stupid, like I was wasting my time. But then slowly it started to glide, not fast, but steady, like someone was pushing it from the other side. I tried to tell myself it was just my hands shaking, but it felt too smooth, too intentional. It moved to yes, and I felt this jolt of fear shoot through me. My breath caught in my throat, and I could feel the hair on my arms standing up. I asked, "What's your name?" But the planchette didn't spell anything out. Instead, it started moving in circles, around and around the board, faster and faster. The plastic made this scraping noise against the cardboard, and it was the only sound in the room besides my ragged breathing. I tried to pull my fingers away, but it felt like they were stuck, like some force was holding them there. My palms were sweaty, and I could feel this pressure building in my head, like a headache coming on. The planchette kept circling, and then it shot over to goodbye, so fast I almost fell backward. I yanked my hands back, and the planchette clattered to the floor. For a long moment I just sat there, stunned. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. The room felt different now, colder, darker, like the shadows had grown thicker. I could smell that sour odor again, stronger this time, mixed with something metallic, like old blood. I scrambled to my feet, my legs wobbly, and stuffed the Ouija board back into my backpack. My hands were still shaking, and I had this overwhelming urge to get out of there. As I turned to leave, I heard a whisper, soft, almost inaudible, but clear enough to make my blood run cold. It didn't say a word, just this faint, breathy sound that seemed to come from right behind me. I spun around, but there was nothing there. Just the empty room, the broken beds, and the dust. I ran then, stumbling through the hallways, not caring about the noise I was making. My footsteps echoed like gunshots, and I kept expecting something to grab me from the shadows. I burst out the door we came in, the cold air hitting me like a slap, and didn't stop running until I was back at the car. My friends were already there, waiting, their faces pale and scared. They asked me what happened, but I couldn't form the words. I just shook my head and got in the car, and we drove away in silence. The whole ride back, I felt this weight on my chest, like I'd left something behind in that asylum, or maybe brought something out with me. When I got home, I tried to act normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the Ouija board, the planchette moving, and I felt that cold dread all over again. I started having nightmares, not just about the asylum, but about other things, shadowy figures, whispers in the dark. Over the next few weeks, I felt like I was losing control. I'd get angry over nothing, or I'd feel so empty I didn't want to get out of bed. I started drinking, just to numb the fear, and then it escalated to other stuff. I won't go into details, but my life spiraled fast. It was like that one day opened a door I couldn't close and everything poured in. But that's not what this is about. This is about that day in the asylum with the Ouija board. I still don't know what happened, if it was real, or if it was all in my head. But I know what I felt, and I know it changed me. Sometimes, when I'm alone, I think about that whisper, and I get chills all over again. I can't explain it, and I probably never will. Edidins to story 15. I still think about aisle 27 almost every day, even though it's been over a year since I quit. I can't walk into a big box store now without my skin prickling, without my eyes automatically scanning the overhead signs, looking for that number. I used to just see it as a job, you know, a way to pay the rent while I figured things out. Now it's this thing that lives in my head. It was a Tuesday. I remember because Tuesdays were always dead. The weekend rush was over, and the midweek sale hadn't started yet. The store was this cavernous, echoey space, and the air always smelled like stale popcorn from the machine up front, and that weird, clean but chemical scent from the floor polish. My shift started at 4 in the afternoon and was supposed to end at 1 in the morning, after we'd finished the night stocking. I'd been working there for about 8 months, and I'd heard the stories about aisle 27, of course. Everyone had. The store used to be laid out differently years ago, before a big remodel. Back then, aisle 27 was the pet supply aisle. The story went that an older man had a heart attack and died right there, next to the bags of dog food. They found him in the morning. When they did the remodel, they made that aisle the toy aisle. I never really thought much about it. It was just store legend, the kind of spooky story new employees would whisper about during overnight shifts. That Tuesday started normal enough. I was working with Sarah, a girl about my age who'd been there a little longer than me. We were on the schedule to do a truck unload and then stock the grocery aisles. The toy aisle wasn't even our responsibility. That was usually handled by the day crew. But the loading bay was on the far side of the store, right near the back of the toy section. So we had to walk past aisle 27 a dozen times a night. The first thing that felt off was the sound. Around 7 o'clock, Sarah and I were taking a pallet of canned goods down the main back aisle. As we passed the entrance to 27, we both heard it. A soft thud, like something falling over. Not a crash, just a dismissal. We stopped the pallet jack and looked down the aisle. It was long, with tall, heavy shelves packed with bright-colored boxes. At the far end, one of those big plastic toddler cars, the kind a kid can sit in and push with their feet, was lying on its side on the floor. We shrugged it off. Stuff falls in stores all the time. Maybe the day crew hadn't stacked it right. We went back to work, but it kept happening. Every time we'd make a pass by that aisle, there'd be another toy on the floor. A box of Legos, a stuffed animal, a board game. It was never in the same spot. Sometimes it was near the front, sometimes way at the back. It was getting weird. The store was empty, the music had been turned off hours ago, and it was just the hum of the freezers and the occasional beep from our hand scanners. Each soft thud was like a punctuation mark in the silence. Sarah was getting more freaked out than I was. She kept saying she felt cold every time we got near the aisle. I brushed it off, told her it was probably just a draft from the loading bay, but I was starting to feel it too. It wasn't just a temperature thing. It was a feeling of being watched, a heavy kind of stillness that would settle over you the moment you stepped into that specific section of the store. Around 10, we took our lunch break in the break room. Sarah was quiet, just picking at her sandwich. Then she rolled up the sleeve of her hoodie. On her forearm, right below her elbow, were 3 faint red marks. They weren't scratches. They didn't look like welts. They were just marks. Like someone had pressed their fingertips into her skin hard, but there were only 3, not 5. They were spaced weirdly too, not like a handprint. More like 2 on top and 1 below. "When did that happen?" I asked her. She shook her head, her eyes wide. "I don't know, I just noticed it when I sat down. It doesn't hurt or anything, it just is there." We both fell silent after that. The break room felt a lot smaller. After lunch, we had to finish stocking the soda aisle, which was kitty corner to the toy aisle. We were working quickly, not talking much, just wanting to get the job done and get out of there. I had my back to the main aisle, slotting cans of Dr. Pepper onto a shelf when I saw it. Out of the corner of my eye, in the reflective surface of a promotional mirror they had set up for some display, I saw a shadow move. It wasn't my shadow. It wasn't Sarah's. She was down at the other end of the aisle. This was a solid, human-shaped darkness that slid across the reflection and vanished. My heart just dropped into my stomach. I spun around, my hands shaking, and stared down the main aisle. Nothing, just the long, empty, brightly lit lane of polished floor and shelves. Aisle 27's entrance was a dark rectangle from this angle. "Did you see that?" I whispered, my voice tight. Sarah just looked at me, her face pale. She didn't have to answer. She'd seen it too. We finished that pallet in record time, our heads on a swivel, not saying a word. The real terror didn't start until after midnight. We were done with the stocking. All we had left to do was take the empty pallets and cardboard back to the loading bay, clock out and leave. The loading bay is this huge concrete-floored room with a massive rolling shutter door that's usually closed and locked from the inside with a heavy metal bar. It's loud as hell when it opens, a grinding, rumbling sound that shakes the whole area. Sarah and I were in the bay, breaking down the last of the cardboard boxes. The silence was a relief after the noise of the baler, and then the silence was broken. The shutter door started to open. It was the loudest sound I have ever heard, a deafening metallic shriek that felt like it was tearing the air apart. The whole massive door just began to roll upwards, all by itself. There was no one at the control button. There was no truck outside. Through the growing opening, all I could see was the empty dark asphalt of the delivery lot and the chain-link fence beyond, under a sickly orange streetlight. We both screamed. I think I screamed. It was just a raw sound of pure fear. We backed away, tripping over a pallet, scrambling towards the door that led back into the store. I remember the cold of the concrete floor seeping through my jeans as I fell, the smell of diesel and dust suddenly flooding in from outside. The door ground all the way open, clanging into its housing at the top, and then there was just silence again. The open maw of the loading bay leading out into the night. We ran. We didn't think, we just ran through the back corridors, past the silent freezers, through the swinging doors into the main store. We didn't stop until we were at the front, by the registers, under the bright lights. We were both gasping for air, clutching our chests. My whole body was trembling. "We have to call the manager," Sarah said, her voice a hysterical squeak. "Someone must have broken in." But the store was silent, empty. There were no alarms. The front doors were still securely locked. Nothing was out of place. We went to the security office, a tiny room filled with monitors showing black and white feeds from all over the store. My hands were shaking so bad, I could barely work the keyboard to rewind the footage from the camera in the loading bay. We found the timestamp and hit play. There we were, me and Sarah, breaking down boxes. The timestamp in the corner of the screen ticked past 12:17. We watched ourselves work for a minute. Then it happened. The shutter door began to rise. On the screen we saw ourselves panic, fall, scramble away. But that wasn't the worst part. The camera was mounted high on the wall, giving a view of the whole bay. As the door was opening, as Sarah and I were fleeing, the camera caught something else. Something I hadn't seen in the moment because I was too busy being terrified of the door. Standing between me and the camera, right in the middle of the loading bay, was a figure. It was just a shadow, a blot of absolute blackness, a human-shaped void in the grainy video feed. It had no features, no face, no details. It was just a man-shaped cutout of nothing. It was tall, and it was standing perfectly still, facing the direction Sarah and I had run. It was there for maybe 3 seconds on the tape, and then, as the shutter door finished opening, it was just gone. It didn't walk away. It didn't fade. One frame it was there, a solid black silhouette against the concrete floor, and the next frame it was just not. I felt the blood drain from my face. I felt cold all over, a deep, marrow-level cold that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. Sarah started crying, quiet, hiccuping sobs. We both knew, we both understood. The falling toys, the cold spot, the red marks on her arm, the shadow I saw in the mirror. It was all connected, and it was all centered on aisle 27. We called the manager. He came in, grumpy and disbelieving. He watched the footage, muttered something about a glitch with the door motor and a trick of the light on the camera. He didn't see the shadow, or he refused to see it. He told us to go home, that he'd get a tech to look at the door in the morning. I never went back. I called the next day and quit. Sarah quit too. We never talked about it again after that night. It was too big, too real, and too horrifying to put into words. But I still see it. I see that grainy, black and white image of that dark, human-shaped shadow standing there in the bay. I think about the man who died in that aisle, back when it was full of dog food. I wonder if that shadow is what was left of him, if he was somehow tied to that spot, angry or confused that his space had been filled with laughing cartoon characters and bright plastic. I think about the red marks on Sarah's arm, and I get chills wondering what would have happened if we'd stayed any longer, if we'd been in that store alone one more time. The memory of aisle 27 and that thing, it's just a part of me now. I can't explain it. I can't rationalize it. All I know is that it was there, it was real, and it wanted us to know it was there. And sometimes, late at night, I'll just be sitting in my apartment, and I'll get this feeling, this cold, heavy feeling, and I'll find myself looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see a patch of darkness that's just a little too dark, a little too solid, standing right behind me. Story 16. I still remember that holiday like it was yesterday, even though it's been years. It was early August 2019, and I was staying with my cousin's family at this old farmhouse called Hollow Barn, out in Devon. The place was ancient, built in the 17th century, and from the moment we pulled up the gravel drive, I felt this weird heaviness in the air, like the house was holding its breath. The countryside around it was so quiet it was almost loud, no traffic, just the occasional bird and the rustle of trees, but it wasn't peaceful. It felt watchful, like something was out there in the fields just waiting. We arrived in the afternoon, and the sun was already starting to dip, casting long shadows across the stone walls. My cousin's family had rented the place for a week, and I was tagging along because I needed a break from the city. The house itself was massive, with creaky floorboards and low ceilings that made you feel like you had to duck even when you didn't. I was given the attic room, which sounded cozy in theory, but as soon as I climbed the narrow staircase and pushed open the door, I got this chill down my spine. The room was small, with a slanted ceiling and a single window that looked out over the back garden. The bed was tucked into one corner, and there was this old wooden chest at the foot of it that smelled like dust and mothballs. I remember thinking it was kind of charming at first, in a rustic way, but that feeling didn't last long. I unpacked my stuff and spent the evening with everyone downstairs. We had dinner in the big kitchen, which had a huge fireplace that hadn't been used in years, and the conversation was light, mostly about plans for the week, walks we could take, that kind of thing. But I kept catching little things that put me on edge. Like the toddler, my cousin's kid, would stare at the hallway door for no reason, his eyes wide like he was seeing something we couldn't. No one else seemed to notice, or if they did, they didn't say anything. I brushed it off as kid stuff, but it stuck with me. When it got late, we all headed to bed. The house had this way of making every sound echo. Footsteps on the stairs sounded like drums, and the wind outside whistled through cracks I couldn't even see. My attic room was at the top of the house, and the climb up felt longer than it should have. The stairs creaked with every step, and by the time I reached my door, my heart was already beating a little faster than usual. I guess I was just spooked by the age of the place, but it felt like more than that. I got into bed around 11, but I couldn't sleep. The room was stuffy, so I cracked the window open, but that just let in this cold, damp air that made the room feel even weirder. I tossed and turned for what felt like hours, listening to the sounds of the house settling. Every creak made me jump, and I kept thinking I heard whispers, but when I strained to listen, there was nothing. Eventually, I must have drifted off, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by this cold draft brushing against my neck. It was so sudden and so cold that it felt like someone had touched me with ice. I sat up in bed, my heart hammering in my chest, and looked around the room. The moon was out, casting a pale light through the window, so I could see shapes and shadows, but nothing clear. That's when I saw it. A shadow, dark and quick, dart past the foot of my bed. It wasn't like a person's shadow. It was more like a blur, something that moved too fast to be real. I froze, my breath catching in my throat, and just stared into the darkness, waiting for it to happen again. But nothing did. The room was silent except for the sound of my own breathing, which was coming in shallow gasps. I stayed like that for what felt like forever, too scared to move. My mind was racing, trying to come up with explanations. Maybe it was a trick of the light, or a bird outside, or just my imagination. But the cold spot on my neck felt real, and the shadow had been too vivid. I glanced at the clock on the bedside table. It was around 2:50 in the morning. I remember the numbers glowing red, and that time is burned into my brain. I didn't sleep again after that. I just sat there, wrapped in my blanket, watching the room until the sun started to rise. When morning came, I felt exhausted and on edge. I dragged myself out of bed and went downstairs to the kitchen, where everyone was already gathering for breakfast. The mood was off right away. No one was talking much, and my cousin's mom was stirring her tea like she was lost in thought. The toddler was in his high chair, pointing at the corner of the room where the hallway door was, babbling something I couldn't understand. I poured myself a coffee and sat down, hoping someone would break the silence. It was my cousin's aunt who spoke first. She's usually chatty, but her voice was quiet when she said, "I didn't sleep well last night. I kept hearing footsteps in the hallway. like someone was walking back and forth, and then whispers. It sounded like people talking, but I couldn't make out the words. She shivered a little, wrapping her cardigan tighter around herself. I felt a knot form in my stomach because I'd heard whispers too, but I hadn't said anything. Then my cousin's grandma piped up. She's in her 80s and doesn't get spooked easily, but she looked pale. I heard humming, she said. It was an old nursery rhyme, one I haven't heard in years. It was coming from the room next to mine, but when I went to check, there was no one there. She shook her head, like she was trying to dismiss it, but her hands were trembling slightly. That's when my cousin's mom added her bit. Her voice was shaky, and she kept glancing toward the hallway. I heard my dad, she said, and everyone went quiet. Her dad had passed away a few years back. It sounded like he was calling my name from the hallway, just once. I got up to look, but there was nothing there. As she said that, the toddler pointed again to the same corner and said, "Man, clear as day." We all stared at him, and the room felt colder, like the temperature had dropped out of nowhere. No one knew what to say after that. We just sat there, eating our breakfast in silence, but the air was thick with unease. I wanted to tell them about what happened in my room, but the words stuck in my throat. It felt like if I said it out loud, it would make it more real, and I wasn't ready for that. We finished eating quickly, and everyone scattered to different parts of the house, like we were all trying to escape the weight of what we'd shared. The rest of the day was weird. We went for a walk in the fields, but the quiet of the countryside felt oppressive now, not peaceful. Every rustle in the grass made me jump, and I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see that shadow again. My cousin tried to lighten the mood, joking about old houses being creepy, but no one laughed. We all knew something was off, but no one wanted to dig deeper. As evening approached, we packed up to leave a day early. No one said it outright, but we all felt it. We needed to get out of there. Driving away, I looked back at Hollow Barn, and it seemed to loom against the sky, dark and silent. The unease stayed with me the whole ride home, and it's never really left. We never discussed it again after that day. It's like we made an unspoken agreement to pretend it never happened, but I know we all think about it. Years later, I still get goosebumps when I remember that cold draft on my neck or the way the shadow moved. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the wind, or sleep paralysis, or group hysteria, but deep down, I know it was something else. Something I can't explain, and probably never will. Story 17. It was the middle of summer, and a group of us had decided to rent a cabin up in the mountains for a week. There were 4 of us, me, my roommate from college, and 2 other buddies. We'd been friends for years, and this was our first real vacation together after graduating. The cabin was old, one of those rustic places you see in photos, with wood paneling and a fireplace that hadn't been used in who knows how long. It smelled like pine and dust, which was fine by me because it felt cozy at first. We'd spent the day hiking and messing around, and by nightfall, we were all exhausted but in a good way. We cracked open some beers, played cards, and just laughed about stupid stuff until it was late. My roommate and I were sharing one of the bedrooms upstairs. It was small, with 2 twin beds pushed against opposite walls, a window that looked out into the woods, and a dresser that wobbled if you touched it. The kind of room that's fine for a few nights, but you wouldn't want to live there. I remember falling asleep pretty quickly because I was so tired from the day. The last thing I heard was the wind rustling the trees outside, and it felt peaceful. I don't know what time it was when I woke up, but it was still pitch black outside. No moon, no stars, just this deep, heavy darkness. I'd been having a weird dream, something about being lost in a forest, and I jolted awake with my heart pounding. At first, I thought it was just the dream, but then I realized I was sweating, and the room felt colder than it should have. I lay there for a minute trying to calm down, and that's when I saw it. My roommate was pacing back and forth between the beds. I squinted, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. The room was dim, with just a sliver of light from under the door, enough to see shapes but not details. He was moving slowly, almost mechanically, from one end of the room to the other. His footsteps were soft, but I could hear the floorboards creaking under the rug. I remember thinking, what the hell is he doing? It was the middle of the night, and we'd both been asleep hours ago. I sat up a little, propping myself on my elbows. "Hey man, you okay?" I whispered, not wanting to wake him if he was sleepwalking or something. He didn't answer, just kept pacing, back and forth, back and forth. His shadow stretched and shrank on the wall with each step, and I could see his outline against the window. He was wearing the same t-shirt and shorts he'd slept in, and his hair was messy like he'd just rolled out of bed. I called out a bit louder, "Dude, what's going on? You having a nightmare or something?" Still nothing. No response, not even a glance in my direction. That's when I started feeling uneasy. It wasn't like him to ignore me, especially if he was awake. We've been roommates for years. We've had our share of late-night talks and weird moments, but this was different. He was moving like a robot, no expression, no awareness of me at all. I decided to get up and check on him. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, and the floor felt icy under my feet. The air was chilly, like someone had left a window open, but I knew we'd shut them all before bed. As I stood, I kept my eyes on him. He was still pacing, and now I could see his face in the faint light. It was blank, completely empty, like he was in a trance. I took a step toward him. "Hey, wake up, you're freaking me out." That's when he stopped. Right in the middle of the room, he froze and turned his head slowly toward me. For a second, I thought he was going to say something, but then his eyes, they were open, but they didn't look like his eyes. They were dark, almost black, and they seemed to be staring right through me. I felt a cold knot form in my stomach. "I'm not doing anything," he said, but his voice was flat, no emotion, like he was reading from a script. I blinked, confused. "What do you mean? You're pacing around the room. Are you sleepwalking?" He shook his head slowly. I was asleep. I didn't get up. My heart started racing faster. "No, you were just walking back and forth. I saw you." He took a step closer to me, and I instinctively backed up against my bed. "I told you. I was asleep. I didn't move." The way he said it sent a shiver down my spine. It wasn't defensive or angry. It was just matter of fact, like he was stating a simple truth. But I knew what I'd seen. I'd been awake for a few minutes by then, fully alert, and I'd watched him pacing. There was no way he could have been asleep and doing that. We stood there for what felt like forever, just staring at each other. The room was silent, except for the wind outside, which had picked up, making the trees scratch against the window like fingers. I could feel the hair on my arms standing up. This wasn't right. Something was off. "Let's turn on the light," I said, trying to sound calm, but my voice cracked. He nodded slowly, still watching me with those empty eyes. I fumbled for the lamp on the nightstand between our beds. My hands were shaking, and it took me a couple of tries to find the switch. When I finally clicked it on, the room flooded with a harsh yellow light that made me squint. And that's when we both saw it. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, but no, there was a third person in the room, or not a person, something else. Standing near the door where my roommate had been pacing moments before was a figure. It was tall and shadowy, like a silhouette cut out of the darkness. It didn't have any features, just a human-shaped outline that seemed to absorb the light around it. I could see the wall through it, but it was solid enough to cast a faint shadow on the floor. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. My roommate saw it too. I heard him gasp beside me. "What is that?" he whispered, and this time his voice was full of fear, not flat like before. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, facing us. I couldn't tell if it had eyes, but I felt like it was watching us. The air grew even colder, and I started shivering uncontrollably. My teeth were chattering, and I wrapped my arms around myself, but it didn't help. The cold was coming from that thing, I was sure of it. "Is this a joke?" my roommate said, his voice trembling. "Did one of the guys sneak in?" But I knew it wasn't. The door was closed, and we'd locked it before bed. Besides, the other two were downstairs in their room, and they wouldn't do something like this. Not in the middle of the night, not with that kind of presence. We stood there paralyzed for what felt like minutes. The figure didn't do anything. It didn't advance, didn't make a sound. It was just there, a silent, unmoving shape that felt wrong in a way I can't even describe. It was like the room itself had shifted, and we were no longer alone in a way that was natural. This was invasive, unsettling. Then, slowly, it started to fade. Not like it walked away, but like it was dissolving into the air. The edges blurred, and the darkness seemed to suck it back in, until there was nothing left. Just an empty spot by the door where it had been. The room felt warmer almost immediately, like someone had turned up the heat. The cold vanished, and the only sound was our ragged breathing. I looked at my roommate, and his face was pale, his eyes wide with terror. "What the hell was that?" he said, his voice barely a whisper. I shook my head, unable to speak for a moment. My heart was still pounding so hard, I could feel it in my ears. "I don't know," I managed to say, "but I saw it too." We both stood there, not moving, for a long time. I kept expecting it to come back, or for something else to happen, but nothing did. The room was normal again, aside from the lingering fear. The lamp was still on, casting harsh shadows, but now they were just shadows, not anything sinister. After a while, my roommate sat down on his bed, his head in his hands. "I was asleep," he repeated, but this time it sounded like he was trying to convince himself. "I swear I didn't get up. I woke up when you turned on the light." I believed him, because if he had been sleepwalking, how could he have seen the figure too? And why would he deny the pacing if he was doing it? It didn't make sense. Unless it wasn't him I saw pacing. Unless it was that thing mimicking him. The thought made my skin crawl. I sat down on my own bed, feeling weak in the knees. We didn't say much after that. What was there to say? We'd both witnessed something we couldn't explain, something that shouldn't exist. We ended up staying awake for the rest of the night, both of us huddled on my bed with the lamp on. We didn't talk about it much, just sat in silence, jumping at every little noise. The wind outside sounded louder now, more menacing. Every creak of the house made me tense up, expecting to see that figure again. When morning finally came, the sun rose slowly, casting a weak light through the window. The room looked ordinary, just as it had the day before. But it felt different, tainted. We got up and went downstairs, where our friends were already making breakfast. They asked why we looked so tired, and we just shrugged it off, saying we hadn't slept well. We didn't tell them what happened. What would we say? That we saw a ghost? They'd think we were crazy. The rest of the vacation was okay, but the mood had shifted. My roommate and I avoided being alone in that room, and we started sleeping with the light on. We never saw the figure again, but the memory of it stayed with us. Even now, years later, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night and check the room, half expecting to see something moving. What gets me the most is the confusion. I know what I saw, and my roommate saw it too, but we have no explanation. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't a hallucination. It was real. And that thing, whatever it was, felt intelligent, like it knew we were there and it was playing with us. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a shared hallucination from stress or lack of sleep, but we were both well rested before that night. Maybe it was a trick of the light, but we saw it clearly, and it was there for both of us. Or maybe it was something else, something that doesn't fit into any category I know. The pacing, the denial, the figure, it all ties together in a way that leaves me with more questions than answers. Why did it look like my roommate at first? Why did it appear and then disappear? And why us? I'll probably never know, and that's the scariest part. Not the fear itself, but the not knowing, the lingering sense that there are things out there that we can't understand. Sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I still feel that coldness, and I remember that night. And I wonder if it's still out there, waiting. Muddy Story 18. I've never been able to talk about this with anyone who wasn't there, because how do you even start a conversation like that? Hey, remember that time our house got swarmed by demons? It sounds insane, I know, but it happened, and it's burned into my brain forever. My dad was an exorcist in Manila, and I grew up in that world. It wasn't like in the movies where it's all dramatic and you see priests swinging crosses around. It was messy, scary, and most of the time it just felt heavy, like the air itself was sick. I heard things no kid should ever hear, screams that didn't sound human, whispers in the dark, the kind of stuff that makes you sleep with the lights on even now, years later. But the worst day, the one that still haunts me, was the day 5 of those things came for us. It was a Tuesday, I remember, because my mum usually went to the market on Tuesdays, and she'd left early that morning. The house felt different from the moment I woke up. Normally after an exorcism, there'd be this calm, like a storm had passed. But this time, it was the opposite. Dad had been working on a case for weeks, something involving an old artifact he'd been called to bless or something. He never gave me details, said it was for my own good. That morning, the house was too quiet. No birds outside, no neighbors yelling, just this dead silence that made my skin crawl. I got out of bed around 7, and the first thing I noticed was the cold. Manila's always humid and hot, even in the morning, but that day, it was like someone had left a freezer door open. I remember rubbing my arms, thinking maybe the AC was busted, but we didn't even have one in my room. I walked out into the hallway, and the air felt thick, like walking through water. Dad was already up, sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee, but he wasn't drinking it. He was just staring at the wall, his hands shaking a little. I'd never seen him look so tired. His eyes were red, like he hadn't slept all night. "You okay, Dad?" I asked, trying to sound normal, but my voice came out all shaky. He looked at me, and for a second, it was like he didn't recognize me. Then he blinked and forced a smile. "Yeah, just tired. Don't worry about it." But his voice was off, too quiet, like he was afraid of waking something up. I made myself some toast, but I couldn't eat it. The bread tasted stale, and the butter smelled weird, almost rancid. I kept feeling like someone was watching me from the corner of the room. You know that feeling when you're alone, but not really alone? That's what it was. I tried to ignore it, turned on the radio, but the static was so loud, I had to turn it off. Dad didn't say anything else. He just sat there, his fingers tapping on the table like he was counting something. Around 9, the phone rang. It was the chief exorcist, Father Manuel. Dad talked to him for a few minutes, and I could hear Father Manuel's voice through the receiver, calm but urgent. Dad hung up and looked at me. "We need to prepare," he said. That was all. No explanation. He started moving around the house, lighting candles, sprinkling holy water in the corners. I helped him because I didn't know what else to do. The holy water felt cold on my fingers, and the candles flickered in a way that didn't seem right, like the flames were fighting to stay alive. By 11, the atmosphere had gotten worse. The silence was gone, replaced by this low, humming sound, like a bee stuck in the wall. I could feel it in my teeth, this vibration that made my head ache. Dad was praying under his breath, and I joined in, reciting the Hail Marys I'd learned as a kid. But the words felt hollow, like they were just bouncing off the walls. I remember looking out the window and seeing the sky. It was overcast, but not with clouds. It was this weird grayish haze that made everything look washed out, like an old photograph. Then, around noon, the first thing happened. I was in the living room and I heard a crash from my parents' bedroom. I ran in and Dad was right behind me. The crucifix above their bed had fallen off the wall and shattered on the floor. The pieces were scattered everywhere and the wood was splintered like it had been ripped down. Dad didn't seem surprised. He just knelt and started gathering the pieces, his hands trembling. "They're here," he whispered, and I felt this cold knot tighten in my stomach. The next couple of hours were a blur of small, terrifying things. Doors would slam shut on their own, even though there was no wind. The temperature dropped even more, and I could see my breath in the air. I put on a sweater, but it didn't help. The cold was coming from inside me. Dad kept praying, his voice getting louder, but it was like the words were being swallowed by the house. I remember sitting on the couch, hugging my knees, and feeling this overwhelming sense of dread. It wasn't just fear, it was this deep, sinking feeling that something bad was about to happen, and there was nothing we could do to stop it. Around 2 in the afternoon, the shadows started moving. I'm not kidding, I saw them out of the corner of my eye, shifting and stretching like they were alive. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but then I saw one slide across the floor toward me. It was dark, thicker than a normal shadow, and it moved in a way that wasn't natural. I jumped up and backed away, and Dad saw it too. He stood between me and the shadow, holding up a rosary. "In the name of Jesus, leave this place," he said, his voice firm now. The shadow hesitated, then pulled back, but it didn't disappear. It just lingered at the edge of the room, watching us. That's when the smell started. First, it was this sweet, rotting smell like spoiled fruit. Then it changed to something metallic, like blood. I felt nauseous and my head was spinning. Dad told me to stay close to him, and we moved to the center of the living room. He had a Bible in one hand and a vial of holy water in the other. I could hear noises now, not just the humming, but whispers. They were too low to make out words, but they were angry, hissing sounds that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I pressed my hands over my ears, but it didn't help. The sounds were inside my head. By 3, it felt like the house was breathing. The walls seemed to pulse, and the floorboards creaked in patterns that didn't make sense. Dad was sweating, even though it was freezing, and his prayers were coming out in gasps. I remember thinking, this is it, we're not going to make it. Then the front door burst open, and Father Manuel rushed in. He's a big man, tall and solid, with this calm presence that usually made me feel safe. But today, even he looked worried. He had a bag with him, and he immediately started setting up, lighting more candles, placing crosses around the room. "They're strong," Dad said, his voice ragged. 5 of them. Father Manuel nodded. "I know. We need to bind them." He started chanting in Latin, and the air in the room shifted. The whispers got louder, turning into growls. I could see shapes forming in the shadows now, tall, thin figures with no faces, just darkness. They were moving toward us, and I felt this pressure in my chest, like something was squeezing the air out of me. I clung to Dad's arm, and he held me tight. "Don't look at them," he whispered. "Keep your eyes on the cross." But it was hard not to look. The entities, I don't know what else to call them, were circling us, and the room felt smaller, like the walls were closing in. One of them lunged at Father Manuel, and he raised his hand, holding a small relic. There was a flash of light, and the entity recoiled, letting out this unearthly screech that made my ears ring. The sound was so high-pitched it felt like needles in my brain. I started crying. I couldn't help it. Dad was praying louder now, his voice cracking with effort. The next part is a bit fuzzy because I was so scared, but I remember Father Manuel speaking directly to the entities, commanding them to leave in the name of God. His voice was powerful, filled with this authority that seemed to shake the room. but the entities fought back. Objects started flying off shelves. A vase shattered against the wall. Books tumbled to the floor. One of the candles tipped over, and the rug caught fire for a second before Dad stamped it out. The heat was intense, but it didn't warm the room. If anything, it made the cold feel worse. I felt one of the entities brush past me, and it was like ice water poured down my spine. My whole body went numb for a second, and I couldn't move. Dad must have felt it too, because he grabbed my shoulder and shook me. "Stay with me," he said, his eyes wide with fear. I'd never seen him afraid before, and that scared me more than anything. Father Manuel was now standing in the middle of the room, his arms outstretched, and he was chanting non-stop. Sweat was pouring down his face, and his robes were damp with it. The entities seemed to be gathering strength, and the pressure in the room built until I thought my eardrums would burst. I could hear them speaking now, not in whispers, but in clear, hateful voices. They were taunting us, saying things about Dad's work, about how he couldn't save everyone. One of them laughed, and it was this horrible, grating sound that made my skin crawl. Dad flinched, and I knew they were getting to him. "Ignore them," Father Manuel said, his voice steady. "They feed on fear. But how do you not be afraid when you're surrounded by darkness that wants to hurt you?" I was trembling so hard I could barely stand. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I felt like I was going to pass out. Then, one of the entities focused on me. I felt its attention like a physical weight, and it started moving toward me slowly, deliberately. Dad stepped in front of me, holding the Bible like a shield. "You will not touch her," he said, and his voice was fierce, filled with a father's anger. The entity paused, and for a moment, everything was still. Then it let out this roar that sounded like 1,000 people screaming at once. The windows rattled, and the lights flickered wildly. Father Manuel raised his voice to a shout, and he started reciting a prayer of binding. The words seemed to hit the entities like blows. They writhed and twisted, their forms becoming less solid. I saw one of them dissolve into smoke, but it reformed almost instantly. They were fighting back, and it felt like we were losing. Around 5 in the afternoon, the battle reached its peak. The room was a mess, broken glass everywhere, furniture overturned, and the air was thick with the smell of ozone and something else, something foul. Dad was on his knees, exhausted, but still praying. Father Manuel was standing over him, his face pale but determined. I was crouched behind them, my hands over my ears, trying to block out the noise. But then something changed. Father Manuel's voice took on a new intensity, and he started using holy names: Jesus, Mary, the saints. Each name he spoke seemed to push the entities back a little. One by one, they began to weaken. I saw one of them flicker and fade, like a dying light bulb. Another let out a final, desperate scream before vanishing into nothing. The pressure in the room eased, and the cold started to lift. The shadows receded, and the whispers faded away. Within minutes, it was over. The house was quiet again, but this time it was a real silence, not that eerie dead quiet from before. I could hear birds outside and the normal sounds of the neighborhood returning. Father Manuel helped Dad to his feet. They were both breathing heavily, covered in sweat. Dad looked older, like he'd aged 10 years in one day. He hugged me, and I could feel him shaking. "It's done," he said, but his voice was hollow. Father Manuel stayed with us for a while, praying over the house and blessing every room. He told us to rest, that the entities were bound and couldn't return. But he also warned that their influence might linger, and we needed to be careful. After he left, Dad and I just sat in the living room, not talking. The sun was setting, casting long shadows, but they were normal shadows now. I kept expecting something to happen, for the terror to return, but it didn't. We cleaned up the mess slowly, in silence. I remember finding a piece of the broken crucifix and holding it in my hand. It felt cold, but not in a bad way, just like wood and metal. Dad eventually went to bed, and I stayed up, too scared to sleep. I sat by the window watching the night, and every little noise made me jump. That day changed everything. Dad never fully recovered from it. He passed away a few months later, and part of me thinks that battle took something out of him that he couldn't get back. After he was gone, the paranormal activity in our house stopped completely. No more screams, no more moving shadows, nothing. It was like the demons had been waiting for him to leave, but I'll never forget that day. The cold, the sounds, the feeling of something evil pressing in on us. It confirmed for me that demons are real, and they're not just stories. They're out there, and sometimes they come way too close. Story 19. I still get chills thinking about that day, and it's been years now. I was just a kid back then, in the spring of 1882, when my family moved into this quiet old house out in the countryside. It was supposed to be a fresh start, you know. But from the moment we stepped inside, there was this feeling I can't really describe, like the air was too still, too heavy. By June, I'd already seen her a couple of times, this tall woman dressed all in black. But August 1st was the day everything went from spooky to downright terrifying. I remember waking up that morning with a knot in my stomach, like something was off, even before the sun was fully up. The house was colder than usual, and I could hear the wind whistling through the cracks in the windows, even though it was supposed to be summer. I shared a room with my sisters, and we'd all been on edge for weeks. That morning, none of us wanted to get out of bed. The blankets felt like the only thing keeping us safe. When I finally dragged myself up, the floorboards creaked under my feet in a way that made my skin crawl. It wasn't the normal creaking you'd expect in an old house. It was softer, almost like someone was mimicking the sound but not quite getting it right. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just the house settling, but deep down, I knew better. We'd all heard those footsteps before, soft, shuffling steps that didn't belong to any of us. Breakfast was a quiet affair. My parents were trying to act normal, but I could see the tension in my mother's hands as she poured the tea. She kept glancing toward the staircase, like she was expecting something to appear. My younger sister, she was maybe 10 at the time, wouldn't eat her porridge. She just stared at the wall, her eyes wide. I asked her what was wrong, and she whispered that she'd heard the footsteps again last night, right outside our door. I didn't want to scare her more, so I just nodded and said it was probably the wind. But I knew it wasn't. We all did. After breakfast, I decided to help with chores to keep my mind off things. The house had this big, dusty drawing room that we rarely used, and my mother asked me to air it out. I remember pushing open the heavy door and feeling a rush of cold air hit me, even though all the windows were shut. The room smelled like old wood and something else, something faintly sweet, like decay. I started dusting the furniture, my hands trembling a little. Every time I turned around, I half expected to see her standing there, but the room stayed empty. For a while, anyway. Around midday, the sun was high, and the house felt a bit warmer, but that unease never really left. I went outside to fetch some water from the well, and that's when I saw it, a movement on the balcony upstairs. My heart jumped into my throat. The balcony was attached to the second floor, overlooking the garden. And there she was, the woman in black. She was tall, like I'd seen before, with this long, dark dress that seemed to swallow the light around her. Her face was pale and sort of blurred, like I was looking at her through a foggy window. She didn't move, just stood there staring out into the distance, and I froze, unable to look away. The weirdest part was that the birds had stopped chirping. Everything went dead silent. I must have stood there for a full minute just watching before I snapped out of it and ran inside to get my sisters. By the time I gathered them and a couple of the staff, we had a maid and a groundskeeper living with us then. We all crowded by the window to look. She was still there, on the balcony, but now she was turning slowly like she knew we were watching. One of my sisters let out a little gasp and grabbed my arm. Her fingers were ice cold. We all saw it. The woman didn't walk like a person. She sort of glided, her feet not quite touching the ground. Then just like that, she was gone. Not vanished in a puff of smoke or anything dramatic. 1 second she was there, and the next, the balcony was empty. The silence broke, and we could hear the wind again. But it felt wrong, like it was carrying a whisper. The rest of the afternoon was a blur. We tried to go about our day, but everyone was jumpy. Doors would rattle for no reason, and a couple of times I felt a cold breeze brush past me, even though all the windows were shut tight. My father, he was a practical man, tried to reassure us that it was just drafts or our imaginations. But I saw the way he kept checking the locks. Around dusk, we all gathered in the drawing room because my mother thought it would be safer if we stayed together. The room felt smaller than usual, shadows stretching across the walls as the sun went down. We lit a few candles, and the flickering light made everything seem even more eerie. That's when things got really bad. I was sitting on a sofa near the fireplace, trying to read a book to distract myself, when I heard it, those soft footsteps again, but this time they were inside the room. At first, I thought it was one of my sisters moving around, but when I looked up, everyone was frozen, staring at the same spot. She was there in the corner of the drawing room, just standing and watching us. Her eyes were dark holes and she didn't blink. I felt this cold sweat break out all over my body, and my heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst. The maid let out a whimper and hid behind my father, but he just stood there, pale as a ghost himself. I remember trying to say something, to ask her what she wanted, but my throat was too dry to make a sound. The candles we'd lit didn't flicker at all, even though there was this chill in the air that made my teeth chatter. Then the footsteps started circling us, slow and steady, like she was pacing around the room. We could all hear it, this shuffling sound that didn't match any human rhythm. It was too quiet, too precise. My younger sister started crying softly, and I reached for her hand, but I was shaking so much I could barely hold it. The woman in black never took her eyes off us, and I had this overwhelming feeling that she was studying us, like we were specimens under glass. At one point, I gathered enough courage to stand up and take a step toward her. I don't know what I was thinking. Maybe I wanted to prove she wasn't real, or maybe I was just desperate for it to end. But as I moved, she vanished again, not with a pop or a flash, but like she'd never been there at all. The footsteps stopped, and the room fell into this heavy silence. We all stood there, breathing hard, waiting for something else to happen. Nothing did. After what felt like hours, my father suggested we go upstairs to bed, but none of us wanted to leave the room. Eventually, we did, though. We trudged up the stairs, each step feeling like a mile, and gathered on the landing. That's when we heard the footsteps one more time, circling us from all directions, like we were surrounded by invisible people. A cold breeze swept through, so sharp it felt like needles on my skin, but the candles we were holding stayed perfectly still, not a flicker. I remember clutching my sister's hand so tight it must have hurt her, but she didn't complain. We just stood there, trapped, listening to those inhuman steps until they faded away into nothing. And then it was over. She was gone, and she never came back after that night, not in the same way. Over the years she'd appear less and less, blurring and flickering until she disappeared completely. But that day, August 1st, stuck with me. I can still feel that cold, still hear those footsteps in my dreams. I don't know who she was or what she wanted, and I guess I never will. Britian Story 20. We'd booked the tour online weeks in advance. The weather that Saturday was this weird, gloomy overcast, the kind where the sky is just a flat, grey sheet, and you can't tell what time it is. The drive out was about an hour, through towns that got smaller and smaller, until we were just on a long two-lane road flanked by skeletal trees. The place was called the Willoughby State Asylum, this massive hulking brick building that looked like it was sinking into the earth. Some of the windows were boarded up, others were just dark, empty eyes. The paint was peeling in long, sad strips, and the whole thing just gave off this vibe, this heavy, silent weight. We met the guide, a guy named Greg, out front with the rest of the group. There were maybe 10 of us in total. Greg had that practiced, theatrical way of talking, but his eyes were tired. He gave us the history, the whole spiel about how it opened in the late 1800s, how it was a place for the incurables, people with all sorts of ailments they didn't understand back then. He talked about overcrowding, questionable treatments, the high mortality rate. The usual stuff you hear on these tours. It was interesting in a morbid way, but it still felt distant. Like a story about a place, not the place itself. We started on the first floor. The air inside was thick and cold, a damp cold that seeped right through my jacket. It smelled like dust and old wood and something else, something sour and faintly metallic. The floors were scuffed and warped, creaking under every step. We took pictures of old wheelchairs with rusted spokes, of peeling wallpaper with faded floral patterns, of a rusted gurney left in a hallway. My fiancé was having a blast, pointing his camera at everything, his flash going off like little bursts of lightning in the dim corridors. I remember laughing, nudging him, feeling that little thrill of being somewhere you're not supposed to be. It was exciting. We moved up to the second floor, then the third. Each floor felt progressively worse. It's hard to describe, but the air got heavier, the silence more profound. It wasn't just quiet, it was a dead quiet, the kind that seems to swallow sound. Our group's chatter died down to whispers. The rooms were smaller up here, some with heavy metal doors that stood ajar, revealing tiny cell-like spaces with stained mattresses on the floor. I remember seeing a single small grimy sneaker in one of them, just sitting there. A kid's sneaker. That one stuck with me. Then we got to the fourth floor, and the guide said we were going into the attic. The access was through a narrow, steep staircase that felt more like a ladder. The air up there was different immediately. It was stiflingly hot and dry, a complete shift from the damp chill below. It was one big, open space, the ceiling sloping down on either side, the rafters exposed like the bones of a giant animal. The only light came from the few bare bulbs Greg had strung up, casting long, dancing shadows. And that's where we saw the room. It was at the far end, sectioned off somehow. Greg called it the memorial room. He said the staff had set it up years ago, but his tone was off, like he didn't really believe it or like he was nervous. We all filed in. The room was large, but it felt cramped because of how it was arranged. Dozens of fat, white candles, some of them 3 or 4 feet tall, were placed in clusters on the floor. None were lit, but the wax was pooled and dripped all over the old floorboards. And covering the walls, every inch of them, were obituaries. They were photocopies, yellowed and brittle, tacked up with pushpins, hundreds of them, faces of men, women and children, their names and dates of birth and death staring out at us. The dates were all from the asylum's active years. The air in that room was so still and so hot, it was hard to breathe. It felt intentional, not like a memorial, but like a shrine or an altar. We were in there for a few minutes, just looking at all those faces, when my fiancé pointed to a small, dark doorway I hadn't noticed. It was off to the side, no door on it, just an opening into pure blackness. "I'm gonna peek in there," he whispered to me. "Is that a good idea?" I asked. My throat was tight. "It's fine. 2 seconds." He ducked through the doorway and was gone. I stood there, feeling suddenly very alone, even though the rest of the group was murmuring around me. I kept my eyes on that dark doorway, waiting for him to come back. The seconds stretched. I could feel my heart starting to thump a little harder against my ribs. It was probably only 30 seconds, but it felt like 10 minutes. When he finally came out, his face was pale. His joking demeanor was gone. "What?" I asked, my voice a low hiss. "Nothing," he said, but he wouldn't look at me. "Just a little room. Empty. Let's get away from this spot." We moved back, putting a little distance between us and that side room. We ended up with our backs to a section of the wall that was different from the rest. It was lower, maybe only 4 feet high, made of rough, unfinished concrete blocks. It had a small, square opening in it, covered by a piece of plywood that was leaning against it, not even attached. Greg mentioned it was a crawl space, access to the eaves. We didn't think anything of it. We were just trying to get away from the oppressive feeling of the memorial room. We were standing there, my fiancé scrolling through the photos on his camera, me just trying to shake off the creeping unease, when it started. The first thing I noticed was the air. It changed. The heavy, hot stillness was suddenly charged, like the moment before a lightning strike. The hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood straight up. A cold spot formed right between my shoulder blades, a patch of icy air in the middle of all that heat. I got goosebumps all over. "Do you feel that?" I whispered to my fiancé. He just nodded, his eyes wide. He'd felt it too. Then we heard it, a soft scraping sound. It was coming from behind us, from the crawl space. It was the sound of something being dragged slowly across the concrete floor inside that space. A deliberate grating noise. We both froze, staring at each other. The rest of the group was on the other side of the attic, their backs to us, listening to Greg. They didn't hear it. "Probably a rat," my fiancé said, but his voice was thin, reedy. The scraping stopped. For a second, there was just that charged, heavy silence. Then a single, small pebble arced out from the darkness of the crawl space opening. It didn't roll out. It was thrown. It landed on the floorboards about a foot in front of us with a distinct tink. My breath hitched. We both stared at the little grey pebble. "What the hell?" my fiancé muttered. That's when the brick started. A piece of a broken red brick, about the size of a fist, tumbled out of the opening and skidded to a stop. Then another one, this one smaller, landed near the first. They weren't being tossed hard, but they were being placed, thrown with a clear, malicious intent. They were coming from the crawl space we had our backs to, the crawl space that, according to the plywood cover, was sealed, the crawl space that was pitch black and, by all accounts, empty. My heart wasn't just thumping now. It was slamming against my chest, a frantic, panicked drum. My fiancé grabbed my arm, his grip tight. And then the footsteps started, from inside the crawl space. Slow, heavy, deliberate footsteps. Crunch, 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 on what sounded like gravel or broken plaster. Walking from one end of the space to the other. There was no one in there. It was a low concrete tunnel, maybe 3 feet high. No one could be walking in there. The scraping started again, louder this time, mixed with the footsteps. It was too much. The charged air, the cold spot, the pebbles, the bricks, and now the sound of someone, something, walking right behind us, separated only by a flimsy piece of plywood. "We have to go," I gasped. The words barely came out. "Now!" We didn't run at first. We backed away, our eyes locked on that dark square opening, as if whatever was in there would come lunging out if we turned our backs. The rest of the group was still oblivious. We backed right into them and someone said, "Hey, watch it." Greg looked over and he must have seen the pure, unadulterated terror on our faces. His own expression shifted from bored guide to genuine alarm. "What is it?" he asked. There's someone in there," my fiancé stammered, pointing a shaking finger at the crawl space, throwing things, walking. Just as he said it, another brick fragment clattered out onto the floor. The footsteps stopped. The scraping stopped. The entire attic was silent again, except for our ragged breathing. Greg walked over, shined his flashlight into the crawl space, and moved the plywood aside. He looked for a long time. "There's nothing in here," he said, his voice flat. "It's empty, just some debris." But he didn't sound convinced. He sounded scared. That was it for us. We didn't wait for the tour to end. We mumbled something about not feeling well and practically fled down the narrow staircase, our feet slipping on the steps in our hurry. We didn't stop until we were out the main doors, gulping in the cold, fresh air of the outside world. The grey sky had never looked so beautiful. We got to our car, fumbling with the keys, our hands shaking so badly it took 3 tries to unlock the door. We sat inside, just breathing, not saying a word for a long time. The car felt like a fragile metal shell protecting us from something we couldn't see or understand. After a while, the initial heart-pounding panic subsided into a deep, trembling unease. We were both completely freaked out, wired and exhausted at the same time. I pulled out my phone, my hand still unsteady. I don't know why I did it. Maybe to prove to myself that we were safe now, that it was over. I opened the camera app, thinking I'd just take a picture of the dashboard, something normal. I pointed it at the empty passenger seat next to me. My phone's screen went haywire. The autofocus wouldn't lock. It pulsed and shifted, the little square blinking in and out, trying to find something to focus on. But the seat was empty. There was nothing there. I moved the phone slightly, pointing it at the headrest. The same thing happened. The focus hunted and struggled, as if it was detecting a face, a shape, something that my eyes couldn't see. A cold dread, deeper than any I'd felt in the attic, washed over me. I slowly moved the camera to point at the back seat, which was also completely empty. Again, the autofocus pulsed and whirred, trying desperately to lock onto nothing. It would almost focus, then slip away over and over. It was like there were invisible faces, forms, sitting in the seats all around us. My blood ran cold. I dropped the phone into my lap like it had burned me. My fiancée saw my face. "What? What is it?" I just shook my head, unable to speak. I picked the phone up again, my throat tight. I pointed it once more at the empty passenger seat. The camera struggled, the image on the screen blurring and sharpening in rapid, frantic succession, refusing to settle on the void that was so clearly empty to my own eyes. I've never deleted photos so fast in my life. I didn't want a single digital remnant of that place. We drove home in a thick, terrified silence, both of us jumping at every shadow, every pair of headlights in the rearview mirror. We didn't talk about the camera. We didn't have to. We both knew. It's been months, and I still can't get the sound of those footsteps out of my head. That slow, crunching walk in a space where no one could possibly be walking. And sometimes when I'm alone in my car, I'll pull out my phone and point the camera at the empty seat beside me, my heart in my throat, waiting to see if it will focus. It always does. Story 21. It was the fall of 2018, and I was just another broke college student in Central Oregon, trying to figure out how to afford rent and textbooks at the same time. The house was this big, old, kinda run-down place on the edge of town that had been split up into rooms for students. It was cheap, which was the main thing. My room was the attic. I had to climb this narrow, steep staircase that felt like a ladder to get up there, and the ceiling slanted so sharply I could only stand up straight in the very center of the room. It was always either too hot or freezing cold, and it smelled like old wood and dust, a smell that never really went away, no matter how much I aired it out. My roommates, a couple of guys I didn't know before moving in, had warned me about the room. They said the last guy who lived up there moved out in the middle of the night after only 2 weeks. They said weird stuff happened. At the time, I just laughed it off. I wasn't superstitious. I figured the last guy was probably just messy or paranoid. Or maybe he couldn't handle the creaks and groans of an old house. I told myself I was practical. A cheap room was a cheap room. The first few weeks were fine, normal. I'd hear the house settling at night, the wind whistling through a crack in the window frame, the usual stuff. Then the little things started. I'd come home from class and find my door, which I knew for a fact I had shut and locked, standing slightly ajar. Not wide open, just open. Like someone had cracked it to peek out and forgotten to close it all the way. I'd blame myself. I must have been in a rush. I must not have pulled it hard enough. Then it was my desk chair. I always pushed it under my desk when I was done studying. A few times I came back to find it pulled out, turned at a slight angle, as if someone had just gotten up from it. Again, I rationalized it. Maybe I'd bumped it on my way out. Maybe one of the roommates came in to borrow something, though they never did. The feeling started around then too. It's hard to describe, but it was this low-level, constant sensation of not being alone. Not in a comforting way. It was a feeling of being observed. I'd be reading a textbook on my bed and get this prickling on the back of my neck, this absolute certainty that someone was standing at the top of the stairs just watching me. I'd spin around, heart hammering, and there'd be nothing there. Just the empty, dark mouth of the staircase. I started keeping the small lamp on my desk lit all the time, even during the day, because the shadows in the corners of the attic felt too deep, too thick. Things escalated around Thanksgiving. Most of my roommates had gone home for the break, so it was just me and one other guy, Mark, left in the house. The silence was different with almost everyone gone. It was heavier, more complete. You could hear every single tiny sound the house made, and you had plenty of time to wonder what was causing them. That Thursday, I was up in my attic trying to Skype with my family. The connection was bad, cutting in and out, and I eventually gave up. After I closed my laptop, the silence rushed back in. It was so quiet, I could hear the hum of the fridge 2 floors down, and then I heard something else. It was a whisper. My blood went cold. It wasn't a random noise, it wasn't the wind. It was a voice. 2 voices, to be exact. They were faint, layered over each other, like 2 people having a hushed, urgent conversation just on the other side of my perception. I held my breath. My whole body tensed. Listening so hard, my ears started to ache. The house was empty except for me and Mark, and his room was on the 1st floor, far away from the attic stairs. I couldn't make out words at first. It was just a sibilant rush, a hissing sound. I stood up slowly, my joints feeling stiff and creaky. I took a step towards the staircase, then another. The whispering didn't stop. It seemed to be coming from the hallway right below my attic door. I crept down the steep stairs, each step groaning under my weight, sure that I was about to interrupt some intruders. I reached the bottom and peered into the 2nd floor hallway. It was empty. The doors to the other bedrooms were all closed. The whispering was clearer down here, but it still had no source. It seemed to be coming from the walls themselves. I strained my ears, and that's when I heard it. A woman's voice, sharp and clear, cutting through the static of the other whispers. "He's coming." It was so clear, so close, it felt like she had spoken the words directly into my ear. A jolt of pure, undiluted fear shot through me. I spun around, my heart trying to punch its way out of my chest. There was no one. The hallway was empty and silent. The whispering had stopped the moment I heard those words. I ran downstairs, my legs shaky. I found Mark in the kitchen making a sandwich. I must have looked insane, pale and breathing heavily. I asked him if he'd been upstairs, if he'd heard anything. He just looked at me funny and said no, he'd been down here the whole time. I didn't tell him what I heard. I just mumbled something about thinking I heard a noise and went back to the living room, feeling stupid and terrified. I tried to shake it off. I told myself it was the stress of finals, the loneliness of the holiday, my imagination running wild. I decided to distract myself. We had a kitten then, a little black thing one of the roommates had rescued. She was skittish but sweet, and she was sleeping on an old armchair in the living room. I went over and started petting her, feeling the rumble of her purr under my hand. It was calming. The normal, simple act of petting a cat was grounding me. The living room had a big picture window that looked out onto the front yard. It was dark out by then, and the window was mostly a black mirror reflecting the room back at me. I could see myself, the lamp on the side table, the back of the armchair. I was focused on the kitten, on her soft fur, when a movement in the reflection caught my eye. There was something on the other side of the glass. My eyes snapped up to the window. At first I thought it was just a trick of the light, a shadow from a tree branch, but there were no trees that close to the house. This was a shape, a solid black shape, right up against the glass. It was man-sized, but it had no features. It was just a blot of deeper darkness, a hole in the world. It wasn't moving. It was just there. And I knew, with a certainty that felt like a physical blow, that it was watching me. The kitten suddenly went rigid under my hand. Her purring cut off instantly. A low, guttural growl started in her throat, a sound I'd never heard her make before. Her back arched, and all her fur stood on end. She was staring directly at the window, her eyes wide and fixed on the shadow. I couldn't move. I was frozen, my hand still resting on the kitten's back. I was staring at this thing, and I could feel it staring back. There was an intelligence to it, a malevolent awareness. This wasn't some random shadow. This was a presence. The air in the room got thick and cold. I could see my own breath starting to mist in front of my face. Then it moved. It didn't turn or walk away. It slid. It glided sideways along the outside of the window, smooth and utterly silent, like it was on rails. It moved from the center of the window frame all the way to the edge, and then it was just gone, vanished into the darkness of the yard. The second it disappeared, the kitten yowled, a piercing, terrified sound, and launched herself off the chair and out of the room. The spell was broken. I gasped, sucking in a lungful of the suddenly warm air. I was trembling all over, my teeth chattering. I ran to the window and pressed my face against the cold glass, peering out into the pitch-black yard. There was nothing, no movement, no sound, no sign that anything had ever been there. But I knew what I saw. I knew what I felt. That thing had seen me. It knew I was in here. After that, the house changed. The minor oddities stopped being minor. The feeling of being watched was no longer a vague paranoia. It was a constant, oppressive weight. It was strongest in the basement. We had to go down there to do laundry, and every time I did, it felt like I was walking into a trap. The basement was unfinished, just concrete floors and stone walls, with a low ceiling covered in cobwebs. A single bare bulb hung from a wire, casting weak, swaying shadows. It was always cold down there, a damp, clinging cold that seeped into your bones. And the whole time you were there, you felt like something was standing just behind you, just outside the circle of light, waiting for you to turn your back. A week or so after the shadow, Mark came up from the basement looking pale as a ghost. He told me he'd seen a man down there. Not a shadow, but a man. He said he was at the far end, near the old coal chute that hadn't been used in decades. We called that area the catacombs, as a joke because of all the little stone archways and niches. Mark said the man was just standing there, in one of the niches, facing the wall. He said he was tall, wearing dark, old-fashioned clothes, and he didn't move. Mark said he called out, "Hello?" And the man just slowly started to turn his head. Mark didn't wait to see his face. He ran back up the stairs so fast he almost fell. We started hearing other things too, scratches inside the walls, not the light skittering of mice or squirrels, but slow, deliberate scrapes, like someone dragging a fingernail along the plaster. And the whispers came back, not just for me, but for Mark too. We'd be sitting in the living room watching TV, and we'd both hear it at the same time, a soft, hissing murmur from the hallway. We'd look at each other, and without a word, we'd turn the volume up until we couldn't hear anything else. The last few months of our lease were pure torture. I stopped sleeping in the attic. I started sleeping on the couch in the living room, with every light in the room on. I'd lie there for hours, listening, jumping at every sound. I was exhausted all the time, running on caffeine and fear. I stopped studying at home altogether, living at the library until it closed. Home was no longer a place to rest, it was a place I had to endure. The day our lease ended was the best day of my life. We all moved out our stuff in a frantic, chaotic rush, no one wanting to be the last one left in the house. I threw my things into my car, not even caring if they were organized. I just wanted out. As I drove away, I didn't look back. I felt a huge physical sense of relief, like I had escaped from a prison. But it didn't let me go that easily. I still live in the same town. I have a nice, normal apartment in a modern complex with no attic and no basement. My life is fine, but sometimes I'll find myself driving past that old house. I don't know why I do it. It's like a compulsion, a morbid curiosity I can't shake. I'll pull over across the street and just sit in my car, staring up at the attic window, my old window. The new tenants have curtains up now. They've painted the trim. It looks like a normal house, but I know what's inside. I can still feel it from out here, a low, humming frequency of wrongness. I sit there, and I remember the whispering, the absolute terror of that black shadow on the window, the way it felt like it was looking right into me. I think about the warning, he's coming, and I wonder who was coming. The shadow, the man in the basement, were they the same thing, or was it something else, something we never even saw? I always drive away after a few minutes, my hands tight on the steering wheel, a cold knot of dread in my stomach. The terror of that place, of that one Thanksgiving day, is a stain on my memory that won't wash out. And every time I look at that window, I can't escape the chilling, simple truth that has haunted me ever since. It's still in there. Story 22. It was a Tuesday, and I remember because I had just finished my morning coffee, sitting at the kitchen table, scrolling through my phone to avoid starting work. The sun was coming in through the window, casting these long shadows across the floor, and everything felt normal, you know, like any other day. I was wearing my usual comfy clothes, an old t-shirt and sweatpants, and I had this weird habit of fidgeting with my hands when I was bored. That's when I felt it for the first time, a tightness around my ring finger on my left hand, like something was wrapped around it, pulling just a little. At first, I thought it was a hair or a thread from my sleeve, so I shook my hand and rubbed my finger, but it didn't go away. It felt like one of those thin, almost invisible threads you get from sewing, but tighter, and it was digging into my skin. I held my hand up to the light, squinting, but I couldn't see anything. No mark, no string, nothing. It was just this persistent sensation, like when you have a phantom itch, but worse because it was real pressure. I remember my heart starting to beat a little faster, not out of fear yet, but confusion. Why would I feel something that wasn't there? I got up and walked around the house, trying to distract myself. My place isn't big, just a one-bedroom apartment with an open living area and a small kitchen. I've lived here for 3 years, and it's always felt safe, cozy even. But that day, the air felt heavier, like the silence was waiting for something. I went to the bathroom and washed my hands, thinking maybe it was some kind of residue or something. But the feeling stayed. It was like an invisible band was tied around my finger, and every time I moved my hand, I could feel it tugging, just enough to be annoying but not painful. Yet, around 10 in the morning, I decided to check my phone again. I'd been seeing these TikTok videos about filters that show hidden things. You know, the ones that claim to reveal spirits or energies. I'm not superstitious, but I was curious, so I opened the app and found one of those filters. It was called something like reality glitch or whatever, and it had these weird visual effects that made things look distorted. I pointed it at my hand, half expecting to see nothing, but then I froze. There it was, a thin, glowing thread wrapped around my ring finger, exactly where I'd been feeling it. It looked like a strand of light, almost silvery, and it was tied in a neat little knot. My breath caught in my throat because it wasn't just in my head. The filter was showing it, clear as day. I moved my hand around, and the thread moved with it, taut and real in that digital space. I felt a chill run down my spine, the kind that makes the hairs on your arms stand up. I switched back to the normal camera, and again, nothing, just my finger, bare and normal. But through the filter, it was there, and it felt like proof that something was wrong. I spent the next hour messing with that filter, pointing it around the room, but nothing else showed up. Just that thread on my finger. I started to feel paranoid, like I was being watched. The apartment was quiet, but every little noise, the hum of the fridge, a car passing outside, made me jump. I kept rubbing my finger, and the sensation was getting stronger, like the thread was tightening slowly. It wasn't painful yet, but it was uncomfortable, a constant reminder that something invisible was there. By noon I was getting hungry, so I went to the kitchen to make a sandwich. As I was pulling out the bread, I noticed something on the counter near the sink. It was a key, a duplicate of my front door key. I know because I only have one copy, and I keep it on a hook by the door. This one was identical, down to the little scratches on the metal. My stomach dropped. How did it get there? I hadn't had any visitors, and I sure as hell didn't make a copy recently. I picked it up, and it felt cold, heavier than it should have. I checked the hook by the door, and my original key was still there. So where did this one come from? I put both keys side by side on the table, and they looked exactly the same. My mind raced with possibilities. Maybe I'd misplaced one, or it was an old one I forgot about. But I'm organized. I know what I have. This felt wrong. I started to feel that thread on my finger again, and this time it was tighter, like it was reacting to the key. I held up my hand with the TikTok filter, and the thread was still there, glowing faintly. It was like the two things were connected, but I had no idea how. The afternoon dragged on, and I couldn't focus on anything. I tried to work, but I kept glancing at that key on the table and feeling my finger. The tightening was gradual, but by around 3 in the afternoon, it was starting to hurt a little, like a thin wire cutting into my skin. I thought about calling someone, but who would believe me? Hey, I have an invisible thread on my finger, and a mysterious key showed up. They'd think I was losing it, so I just sat there, feeling more and alone, the silence of the apartment pressing in on me. I decided to investigate the key more. I went to the front door and tried the duplicate. It worked perfectly, unlocking and locking the door just like my original. That freaked me out even more. If someone had made a copy, how did they get in without me knowing? I checked the windows, the locks, everything seemed normal. But then I remembered the thread, and I started to wonder if it wasn't about someone breaking in, but something else, something unseen. As evening approached, the light outside started to fade, and the apartment felt darker, more ominous. I turned on all the lights, but it didn't help. The thread on my finger was now so tight that it was leaving a faint red mark, even though I still couldn't see it without the filter. I kept the TikTok app open on my phone, checking every few minutes, and the thread was always there, glowing. It was like it was feeding off my fear. Around 6 in the evening, I was in the living room, just sitting on the couch, trying to calm down, when I felt a sudden pull on the thread. It wasn't me moving my hand. It was like something yanked on it from the other end. I gasped and stood up, my heart pounding. I looked around, but there was nothing, no one. But the sensation was real, a sharp tug that made my finger sting. I held up the filter, and the thread was vibrating slightly, like it was connected to something I couldn't see. That's when I noticed something else through the filter, a faint, shimmering area near the wall in my hallway. It looked like a distortion in the air, almost like heat haze, but it was shaped like a doorway. My blood ran cold. I walked closer, keeping the phone pointed at it, and the thread on my finger seemed to lead toward it. The key on the table started to feel relevant, like it was part of this, whatever it was. I thought about portals, those things you hear about in stories, but I never believed in them. Now, standing there with this invisible thread pulling me toward a glitch in reality, I wasn't so sure. I spent the next couple of hours too scared to move much. I'd pace around, then check the filter, and that shimmering spot was still there, flickering. The thread kept tightening, and the pain was getting worse. It felt like it was cutting off circulation, and I started to panic. What if it never stopped? What if it was attached to something that could hurt me? I thought about cutting it, but how do you cut something you can't see? I even tried scissors, but they just passed through air. As night fell, around 9 o'clock, the pull came again, stronger this time. It felt like someone was gently but firmly tugging me toward that shimmer in the hallway. I resisted, my feet planted, but it was hard. My finger was throbbing, and I could see through the filter that the thread was glowing brighter, almost pulsating. The key on the table started to vibrate too. I could hear it rattling against the wood. I don't know how, but I knew they were linked. That key wasn't just a duplicate. It was a key to whatever that portal was. I finally gathered the courage to approach the hallway. With the filter on, the shimmer was more defined, like a vertical tear in the air about the size of a door. It didn't make noise, but the air around it felt cold, and I got goosebumps all over. The thread was pulling me right toward it, and I felt this overwhelming dread, like if I got too close, something would happen. I didn't want to find out, but then the thread tightened so much that I cried out. It was like a wire slicing into my skin, and I could see a thin line of blood where it was tied. Through the filter, it was horrifying. The thread was now a bright, angry red, and it was pulling me inexorably toward that shimmer. I stumbled forward, my hand outstretched, and I felt the cold air from the portal wash over me. It smelled like ozone, that electric scent before a storm, and it made my hair stand on end. I don't know how long I stood there, maybe minutes, but it felt like hours. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. Was this some kind of entity playing with me, manipulating my reality? The key, the thread, the portal, it all felt too coordinated to be random. I thought about grabbing the key, but I was too scared to move away. The pull was constant now, and I had to brace myself against the wall to not get dragged in. Just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, around midnight, everything stopped. The thread went slack, the pain vanished, and the shimmer in the hallway faded away through the filter. I checked my finger. The red mark was still there, but the sensation was gone. The key on the table had stopped vibrating. It was over just like that. I stood there shaking, unable to process what had happened. I looked through the filter one last time, and there was nothing. No thread, no portal, just my normal apartment. I stayed up the rest of the night, too afraid to sleep. I still have that duplicate key. I keep it in a drawer, too scared to throw it away. The mark on my finger faded after a few days, but I'll never forget that feeling. I don't know what it was, if it was a ghost, a glitch in reality, or something else, but it felt real, too real. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the house, I get this urge to check that TikTok filter again, but I'm too terrified of what I might see.